Vision RLE. Dr. Cutarelli is unbelievable. He did the surgery on me, just needed it in one eye. He was very good. He said, your left eye doesn't need it. Let's just get the right eye done. And guess what? No more glasses. I don't have to use them to read the computer. I won't have to use them this fall when I'm on the sidelines looking at a roster. It is absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, life-changing. Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, or cataracts. This prevents the need for cataract surgery in the future. Find out more and see if you're a candidate by going to CutarelliVisionRLE.com. CutarelliVisionRLE.com.
This is re-recorded, sponsored by Allstate.
Partly sunny skies and temperatures today reaching into the low 70s with some strong to severe storms firing up by later on this afternoon. So there is hail potential in the metro and along the northern front range. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Another travel ban from the Trump administration. The president banning people from countries his administration has deemed dangerous, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, Iran, and Sudan. His first travel ban in the first administration was issued in 2016 against predominantly Muslim countries. Some legal experts are advising immigrants to make virtual appearances at ICE hearings rather than show up in person because people at routine check-ins in some cases have been taken into custody.
For the longest time, advocates have said that these courtrooms were safe spaces where migrants could come in and actually follow the law the way they were being told to do and eventually lead to citizenship, right? Hopefully here in the United States. This is turning that theory upside down. And really advocates are saying that this is a scare tactic.
ABC's Maria Villarreal. President Trump meeting at the White House today with the new German chancellor. Heavy smoke intrusion from Canadian wildfires still hitting Wisconsin, Michigan, and parts of Illinois. This is ABC News. At the Sean Diddy Combs trial in New York, 2 more women have been testifying about the rap mogul's alleged sex trafficking. ABC's Aaron Katursky's covering it in New York.
A woman testifying under the pseudonym Jane, who prosecutors say began a secret relationship with Sean Combs in 2020 and spent years in hotel rooms for forced sex. Jane's testimony will follow the cross-examination of Brianna Bongolan, known as Bono, who described years of drug use with her friend Cassie Ventura. And she testified Ventura FaceTimed her before the premiere of her movie The Perfect Match.
I want to try something new.
What did you see? Prosecutors asked. Her black eye, Bongolan said. I was a little quiet, and I remember saying, I'm sorry.
Israel says it has recovered the bodies of 2 people, a married couple in their 70s. They were killed in the October 7th attacks and returned to Israel in a special operation by the Army. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. And you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise 1 finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado has another case of measles connected to a flight to DIA.
The newest case is in a vaccinated adult who was a passenger on a Turkish Airlines flight that flew into Denver May 13th. So far, that flight's been connected with 7 total cases of measles in Colorado. The state now warning that more people may have been exposed. Potential exposure locations include the Trader Joe's on Logan Street in Capitol Hill, King Soopers on Main Street in Windsor, and Target on Virginia Avenue in Glendale.
Fox 31's Jeremy Hubbard. The body of a 61-year-old Littleton man who disappeared after a rafting accident on the Colorado River last June has been found. The Eagle County Sheriff's Office was notified of a corpse in the river near Rancho Del Rio in Eagle County. Based on a preliminary investigation, investigators believe the body is that of Thomas Russell. Another man died in the same accident. A third survived. Sports: after winning just 9 games of their first 60 this season, the Rockies now have won 3 in a row. They swept the Marlins in Florida. They're off today. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Frosty flavors.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a multi-car crash up north on I-25 southbound. It's at 128th Avenue. Left 2 lanes blocked. There's at least 4, maybe 5 vehicles involved, and it's starting to tie up back towards 144th Avenue. Ahead of that, it opens up as you cut to downtown, a little sluggish through Spear, 270, jamming a little bit also heading west up to Vasquez out of Commerce City, and a little bit of traffic on 225 coming in from Parker Road. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Love Wendy's classic chocolate and vanilla Frosty flavors, announcing all new Frosty Swirl and Frosty Fusion flavors. The same creamy treat you love, now with a flavor refresh. Refresh on a classic? Gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
This September, our iHeart Radio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeart Radio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Most people have more than just roof damage from recent hailstorms, so hire the only company that handles all storm damage in-house. One point of contact, one invoice. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. From roofing, gutter, siding, windows, decks, and more. I've known the owner, Marc Mager, more than 20 years. You can trust him, his company, and his team. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef!
This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
The TalkBack mic on our iHeart Radio app is just like your personal direct line to us.
I have John on the line.
Just tap that little microphone
John on the line again.
while listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal is to make your life just a little bit better. If you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, I'd love to talk to you. I would love to help you. Maybe a bad landlord, maybe a bad attorney for that matter. Contractors, of course. We hear about a lot of roofers this time of year after big hailstorms. But if you have a problem or just a question, this show is for you. I got 3 lines open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Now, I got to pull up my call screener. Suzanne, you might have to... Nope, it looks like I got it here. Bingo, 303-713-8255. By the way, Joe Chiano joins me, mymoneymyway.com. We're going to dive into some of his products. He basically has different products. One, of course, are annuity products, and we'll talk about good annuities, bad annuities, and what makes one good and what makes one bad. They also have the Become the Banker product, which is very curious. It's basically a way to build retirement backed by a life insurance policy, and his own son, Jordan, actually used that growing up, which I find pretty cool. And that's something you might consider for your kids or grandkids. It's a good way to start thinking about retirement when someone in their 20s or even younger never does. I mean, it's pretty amazing. 303-713-8255. Deputy Doc joins me. Suzanne, my beautiful wife, to the left. And then, of course, Joe across from me. Kelly answering your phones. And I assume we have Shannon back there running the board. Hey, Mike, what's going on with you? What's going on with Verizon?
Well, towards the end of last month, my girlfriend and I went into Verizon to switch her from T-Mobile to my account on Verizon.
Okay.
I have been a customer of theirs since cell phones became a thing. And as you might expect, their new estimated bill is not what I'm being billed. And I'm wondering if you have an angel at Verizon.
Well, we do have an angel, but help me out with what you actually thought. So you were going to add a phone to it. I assume she's bringing over her own phone?
She was, but I was available for an upgrade, so we upgraded her phone to the free one that was available.
All right, so you got to end up, well, when you say it's free, it's generally based on credits, right? Or are they giving you 100% free phone? Because typically they never do that. Typically it's $1,000 phone. They charge you, say, $50 a month, but then they give you a credit of, say, $45 a month or $50 a month towards the phone for X amount of years. So eventually after 2 or 3 years, it's free.
I was available for an upgrade, so there was no charge for this phone.
Okay, so did they end up charging you? What's the actual problem? How much did you think it was going to be? Maybe we should start there.
Okay, so I have a document from our in-store visit that says our new monthly bill will be $115.61.
And how much was it prior to that, Mike?
$20 if we signed up for auto pay.
How much was it prior to that? How much was just your phone on there?
About $68.
Okay, so it was going to go down a little per line. So it was going to be about $115 according to this paper. So when you got the first bill, what's the discrepancy? What's different about it?
Well, the first bill is always higher because we added her phone and there's some BS fees on there.
Yeah, of course.
The new current monthly bill, according to the Verizon app, is estimated at right at $130 instead of the $95.61 that I have in writing.
So you don't think? Go ahead, Suzanne.
I thought you said with the in-store visit said your estimated future bill would be $115.61. Did I misunderstand?
No, that's correct. But if we signed up for auto pay, they'll take $20 a month off.
Oh, that's pretty good. You're sure it's $20 a month for auto pay?
Doesn't make sense.
That's what she told me.
Okay,
so that's
but
what I have written down.
Is that where the discrepancy is going to lie? Is that $20?
No, the discrepancy is.
But I realize the first bill was $160. Have you received a second bill?
No, but it's on the Verizon app, and it shows it at right at $130 instead of the $95.61 that I have in writing.
Well, now you're even more confusing. You mean, so after that $20, it's $115 down to $95. And when you say have
Correct,
that in writing, what does that mean? It's in writing from who?
From Verizon. It's a document we received when we signed her up and added her to my account.
And the document, once again, though, is from where? Like from their website? Where is it from?
No, it was printed out by the customer service person that helped us in the store.
In what store? Was it actually owned by Verizon, or was it one of these stores that basically is individually owned?
No, it's a Verizon store in Belmar.
What is the address of that store? Is it the only one in Belmar? That's a pretty small area.
Yeah, it's the only one in Belmar.
And I'm actually looking it up. So they gave you something in writing saying your new bill's going to be $95. So when you call Verizon, what do they say?
Well, that's another thing, because I had a problem with my account. I needed to reset it, and they screwed up the auto pay. So 2 weekends ago, I was on hold for 3.5 hours.
Hey, would that be the Lakewood one?
A supervisor.
Would that be the Lakewood Verizon store?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. What were you saying? So they screwed up the auto pay. So what happened?
So I was on hold for 3.5 hours waiting to get to a supervisor. We got all that straightened out. The bill was paid on June 2nd through auto pay.
Okay.
But I don't dare call Verizon their 800 number again. If anything, I was going to go into the Belmar store, but I was hoping you had an angel that can get this sorted out.
Yeah, well, we might have an angel if there's something to sort out. I mean, we definitely have an angel, don't we?
Well, yeah, but I personally, Mark, I think he needs to address the store folks first and then let us know.
I want to see what
me.
can you send us what you have in writing during the break?
Yes.
I want you to do that. I want to actually look at that. Send it to help. Send it right now to help@troubleshooter.com. I'll take my first break. I'll look at it as soon as I do these spots. But I want to see it. But yes, we do have an angel over there. But we got to understand what the hell we're asking them. I don't get why they told you $95. I understand there was a problem with that. Are they possibly going to give you a credit? And then what kind of phone was 100% free?
A Google Pixel 9 Pro.
Okay, and that is 100% free. It's not any form of credits you get over a 2-year period.
No.
All right, get me that email. Hold on, I'm going to get you on hold. 303-713-8255. One line open. You know what's funny? Joe, I have learned this. Suzanne, I have learned this. If you have been with a cable company, a cell phone company, a utility company, which generally doesn't matter, there's no loyalty. They don't care. This guy has been with Verizon, he said, since cell phones were a thing. So he might have been with Verizon for the last, 25, 30 years. They don't care. You call up, they don't care. I remember trying to deal with Dish Network. I remember trying to deal with DirecTV. None of these companies care. How many times have we had problems with Sprint? I mean, it's just constant.
Yeah. So the other one that's really bad is, personally, SiriusXM.
SiriusXM's horrible. They have you sign up. Everything expires in a year. It'll go from $10 a month to $500 for the year. So then you got to call them up. You got to threaten to cancel. They lower it back down. It's like a big game. And there's probably a lot of people that simply don't follow their auto bills. And I'm lucky. Suzanne follows all that stuff. Think of all the things you've been charged for on a credit card that's reoccurring, cell phone bills, different apps, different television things. My God, they just lie to you about costs sometimes. We've actually seen contracts from Verizon, and I'm venting a little here in general, not just at Verizon, but contracts from Verizon that basically say, your price will not increase ever for a lifetime. They're not going to increase. But then you read the next paragraph. They're just talking about the base rate. The fees can change. Everything else can change. So yes, the price can change. I'm getting a little sick and tired of it. Hold on.
When we come back, Mark,
extends
I
their
would
life
like
if done the
to
right way. Don't waste your
announce
time
a
doing it yourself.
really
You'll never
interesting
match
change.
the power of ZeroResDenver.com.
What are you talking about?
Using
Senate
highly
Bill
verified software
79.
based
When we get a
safe
lull,
for kids,
we'll
safe
bring
for
it
pets.
You know what it's about?
Resified. Also
Is about-
grout, hardwood,
remember that guy who put $40,000 into
rugs,
Bitcoin?
and air dunks. 20% off all cleaning services. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
John Fuller Law. Man, do I love John. This guy has gotten us maximum results twice. Once, when Suzanne and I got T-boned, the car was totaled, every airbag off. He got us every cent of insurance that woman had. And then when her daughter got rear-ended on I-25, same thing. Couldn't ask for better results. Any questions we had, he was always there to answer them. And he maximized the case. He actually negotiated bills down when it was all said and done to put more money in our pocket. Personal injury attorney John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. I love talking about people that I deal with all the time. CMG Financial, they're doing a loan right now for my son. They do loans across the entire country, not just in certain states. He happens to be buying a house in Nebraska, and John Clace, the guy I use, one of the branch managers, is helping him right from here do the loan in Nebraska. Doesn't matter if you're listening to this on a podcast. And they're the direct lender. There's no markup, no middleman. Don't be fooled by people that advertise a million times a year. Call these guys who are going to beat the rate. Check out John Clace at partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com. Fixit 24/7. Check this out. Free second opinions. If you have an estimate that's been sitting around to fix your AC or replace your furnace, these guys, I promise, will get you a better price. Just have them come out. It doesn't cost you a nickel, not a trip charge. Free second opinions on estimates and new systems only at fixmyhome.com. Fixmyhome.com.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert.
Go ahead, Doc. What is it?
By now.
It's
I'm just
the
taking
Colorado
a little detour.
Vending of Digital Assets
This place a couple towns over where the
which
gas is cheaper.
puts
Are you
certain
serious?
restraints
We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside. What's
No, it's
Upside?
time to law.
Upside is the free cashback app
So
that gets
that
you real
if
cash
you
back
have
for
a,
every gallon of gas you buy. Wait, I can get
one of
cash
those
back
Bitcoin
just for
machines?
buying the gas I need anyway? Yes, I
You
use
can
it all
only
the
do
time. I pay
$1,000
around
a day.
$200. Now pull over so you can download the
If-
Upside app before we
if
miss
it
the
turns out to
concert.
be a fraud,
So that's going on right now.
as of January 1st of next year.
Wow. Well, let's check that
I have
out.
a few other things that it does. If you own the kiosk and it turns out to be a fraud, you are responsible to refund the money to that person.
That's interesting.
So I am very glad that to be a part of the AARP fraud network that got this passed.
So he gets a first responder discount, $20 auto pay. So this says current monthly, next bill $179, I get that. Then new monthly $115.
But it says a one-time activation fee for $35
Yeah, we're
will
not-
be on your next bill.
He knows that, but this says, well, wait, isn't that next bill on that second line?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It says next bill $179. That would have activation fees and all that crap. And then it says new monthly. Although, I mean, that's handwritten, the $20 auto pay thing. And I looked up, I've never heard of anybody giving you $20 for an auto pay.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of money.
I don't buy that.
They just want to make sales. That's the whole idea. That's the problem.
See, it says they do offer discounts for combining auto pay with paper-free billing, which results in a $10, up to $10 per line.
So that's $20 if it's two lines.
That would be $20.
Yeah.
I see.
Or $10 per month for eligible internet plans. Some plans or promotions might offer specific discounts. Well, it's just weird because I understand everything on what he said except for that handwritten part that says $20 auto pay. I mean, why is that on there?
If you want me to send it to the angel, fine.
Well,
I think he should go to the storefront first.
Hey, Kelly, what happened to him? Did you clear that line up? I can't hear a word you're saying. He had to go? Well, okay. That's that. All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. That guy had to drop off. He did send me the Verizon paperwork. And, it says 115. There's no doubt. But then handwritten on here, it says $20 auto pay just next to it. So I don't understand where he's coming up. Then when I look up, does Verizon offer $20 for auto pay? I do see that on some things they offer up to $10 per line. He has 2 lines, so that would be $20. And I also find information saying, no, they don't offer $20 off. And what's weird is it looks like he wrote that. And the reason I say he wrote it, the handwriting matches some of the stuff on the top, which I assume he wrote. Suzanne, I mean, there's no harm in sending it over to the angel and just asking them, this guy thought he was supposed to get, make sure they get this. He thought his new bill, and according to this, right from their own store, the new bill does say it's going to be $115. I realize that first month has activation fees and all that. I don't care about that. They always screw you on that stuff. So send it over and then basically ask her, does he qualify for that $20? And if so, how come his bill is not $95 going forward? Because even this says it's $115. To me, it looks like the only thing they didn't do. Now, I wonder if you're not allowed to stack discounts. Do you know why I say that?
Because he has the discount for being a
first
EMT or first responder.
I wonder if they're going to say, hey, you can only have one discount, and the first responder discount is $25. But let's ask him. Let's just kind of figure out what that is. And it looks like he did get that iPhone 11 for $0, but it's an iPhone 11. That's why it's a free phone. But I'd like to understand why they told him that $20. Maybe they didn't know in the store you can't stack discounts, but we'll find out. One line open, 303-713-8255. Real quick, Chris, you had a comment on this Verizon bill. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Just recently, I actually did the same exact thing. I added a line to my account and added a phone along with it. And what was explained to me in the store and what I experienced myself was that the first bill that you get after you do all that is higher because of, like, activation
fees.
It is.
Stuff
like that. And then the second bill that you get after that is actually significantly lower because it's like prorating you a couple things.
If depending on when you started, I would agree with that.
Right. And then the third bill after that, which in my is like the one there, it's all leveled out.
Yeah.
That's where that's going to be your price going forward.
And that, you know what? Maybe that's it, but his is actually really looking at the paperwork from Verizon. His next bill after he added the phone and the activation fee and all that crap is $179. Then it says the new monthly under that will be $115.61. And I'm not even sure if that's what he said it was. But it definitely doesn't reflect the auto pay discount that's handwritten on there. Do you have auto pay? Did they give you $10 off per line for auto pay?
Yeah, they gave me $10 off per line for auto pay. So, like, I experienced that as well. And I can't really speak to what this guy's experiencing. I just know I had a similar situation just recently, and that's kind of what I experienced. So
I really get I get so burned on these companies lately. I mean, it doesn't matter which one it is. Verizon seems to be a little worse than AT&T, but God, they're so hard to deal with. If you ever try to talk to someone and try to figure out and understand what the bill is, it's like they speak in tongues. And then what really gets me is when they say they're going to correct something and give you a credit and you just never see it. Then you got to call back in and start all over again. We've all dealt with that.
Yep. I'd say it's, 6 to 1, half dozen of the other. Who you deal with, it's just going to be what it's going to be.
It's going to be what it is. Yeah, we're going to find out, man. We're going to send it off to the angel. I'll update people. Are they pretty quick over there, Suzanne?
I'm emailing new people. They helped out with one problem. So remember the Straight Talk problem? He bought like a Verizon phone that after 90 days was going to be unlocked.
They never unlocked it.
And they never unlocked it. Like they handled that one.
Here's a great example, what Suzanne just said. So here's a company, Straight Talk, which is owned by Verizon. They basically said, you'll buy this phone and we unlock it in 30 days. No questions asked. But in that contract, it literally said something in that agreement. We can change our terms at any time. And they decided to change it. And now they won't let them unlock the phone. What happened with that?
Oh, it got unlocked.
So
it took a week, but I'm saying, I'm just new to dealing with these folks.
Yeah, they're newer. Who's the easiest angel we have? Isn't Home Depot pretty good?
No, I don't. Not
Excel
for me
Energy, I've
personally.
seen them.
Yeah,
I've seen them
Excel
get up and
Energy
show up the
is-
same day.
Yeah, they're great, especially for. We had a person who didn't have heat like the day before Christmas Eve, and it was going to be 3 or 4 days. They got out there like
and fix
quick.
whatever it was. Yeah, so there's good angels. It's nice having angels, so I don't want to poo-poo anybody that helps us. But some of them just take forever. And then there's some that will not communicate directly with us, but they will get the job done. But we don't even know it's done until we hear back from the caller.
Correct. That happens a lot.
Who's
Mark.
the big one that does that, or a lot of them?
That escapes me right off the top of my head. But yeah, a lot of like the state of Colorado or something.
Yeah, they just won't talk to us.
They'll acknowledge
IRS,
they got the problem.
Social Security.
But then that's it.
Yeah.
You know.
And they generally follow through and get back with them.
for
Because
sure.
we'll usually hear back from the caller. All right, 303-713-8255. Barbara, you can free up line 3 there. Hey, Barbara, what's going on with you? In Relaxium.
Many years ago, and it was before my husband died in 23, I ordered some Relaxium from the TV ad.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
it's like a
anyhow,
sleep
It's
supplement.
on like Fox
isn't it?
News all the time, isn't it?
Excuse me?
It's on Fox News all the time. Sold on there by, isn't that
Yes.
sold by Mike Huckabee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, to make a long story short, it didn't work, and but this spring I get 6 bottles of Relaxium to the tune of $200.
Why? Is it some kind of, it's some kind of monthly or bi-monthly, or what is it? What are they telling you? You signed up for perpetuity?
I went to order it, originally it was $19.95, but they billed me $200 for 6 bottles, and I couldn't get rid of them. Anyhow, after how many years they send it to me again, but I had lost the original credit card, and with USAA got a new credit card. Well, now it's back on my bill, and they're using my new credit card number, and USAA says there's a way that they can get it.
Yeah, they all do that now.
And that I owe it.
Well, that's what I want to try to figure out. So you did sign up for a subscription, and basically it says right here, subscription will renew every 90 days from date of purchase until cancellation. So did you ever go online and actually cancel it? Let's talk about that first.
Well, I never canceled. I mean, I said this originally, the first order must have been maybe in 2000 or whatever. So here we are at 2005, and I get an order.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying you didn't receive any in the last 4+ years?
That's right.
Well, that sounds weird as hell. Are you sure they didn't charge you, but you never got the product? Like either someone stole it or it went to the wrong house? I mean, do you know you were never charged for the last 4 years, and now all of a sudden you are?
No, I didn't know that. I mean, I just figured that I didn't.
Well, hold on. Here's what I'm asking you, Barbara. Are you sure your credit card or your husband's or somebody's was not charged those years?
I am sure.
It was not. Then all of a sudden now you get charged for it.
Correct.
I understand. So real quick, on the new credit card part, your old one must have been USAA as well, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so a lot of these companies, when you have a reoccurring bill and you have a credit card that's actually either changed, meaning a new number or a new 3-digit security code or 4-digit on Amex, or this is the crazy part, if you report fraud on that and they send you a brand new card, they'll still allow companies besides the one that you claim fraud on to have access to the new number, and it's all done pretty much automatically. So I get that part. The part I'm missing is, why didn't they charge you for 4 years? I mean, have you talked to them at all? Not
Yes.
the credit card company, Relaxium.
I've talked to USA, and that first they said it was fraud, and now they said that they have talked to them. And they said that I ordered. Well, I didn't order.
How are they saying you ordered? Like by the website, or you called, or how would have you ordered?
Well, I would have called because I'm 90 years old and I don't have a computer.
Yeah, so you would have called up. So they're saying you called. Did you? And you basically told your credit card company you knew nothing about it?
That's correct.
Well, this is crazy. I think all we got to do here, I think we have to have a three-way conversation with your credit card company. There's two things I want to happen on this. Hold on. I'm going to assign this to a deputy, but there's two things that need to happen. So hold on. And then we've got something with O'Reilly's Auto Parts coming up. And then we're going to talk to Joe Chiano. And Deputy Doc was telling me something very interesting about crypto and a bill that was signed into law in Colorado that talks about different things like these ATMs they have. And we had a caller get ripped off to the tune of $25,000. Actually, I think it was more than that. It was $40,000 that this would have made not happen. Curious enough. Two lines open, 303-713-8255. Chuck, you hold tight. Barbara, I'm coming right back to you. Ravinas. I hope I give Larry some justice when I do it. I have a feeling he does it a lot better. I'll keep practicing, though, but if you're looking for Windows, I'll tell you why I love this company. They aren't beholden to one manufacturer. These guys deal with 20 different manufacturers, over 50 line of Windows, and more than 100,000 successful projects. You've heard the name. They're part of the community. They're great people. They have everything for fix and flips up to $1 million homes, entry doors, siding, windows. You get the idea. Check them out at gravinas.com. Now, let's talk about Vestera Turnkey. This is how you can become a landlord with someone holding your hand. They're going to do everything. They're going to actually find the right property across the country for you. They're going to find the right management company. You collect that money each month from the tenant. Then the house appreciates. You sell it. You make the big bucks. Check it out at VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com. Relaxium. I'm Mike Huckabee. I wonder what's in it. I bet it's got, I'm going to look at it. I bet it's got not serotonin. What's it called? Melatonin.
L-theanine, I bet. It's an amino acid.
They argue, or not argue, they advertise the shit out of it. Yeah, magnesium something. No, what is it? Starts with an H. I don't know what that is. I can't zoom in on it, so I can barely see it.
It's a sleep supplement, right?
Yeah. I see it I haven't seen it advertised as heavily as lately, but it used to be advertised all the time.
Right.
They make so much money on these supplements.
I tell you what, I mean, I got a honey. It's called Busy Bee Honey that has CBD oil in it, and you sleep like a baby.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my gosh, yeah. It's amazing.
This has valerian extract and hops extract.
Mm-hmm.
Valerian, it's like...
How do you know about valerian?
I've heard of it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a drug for
It's a supplement.
people that have anxiety or something like that, yeah.
sample this or
But
that.
this is all over the counter.
Bo, how are you?
Hey, Bo. Hello. Hey, I'm going to give you this one, actually, this lady I'm talking to.
Hello there. How are you?
Joe, how are you?
Not too bad. Got back from St. Thomas? Oh, my God. I love that place.
Isn't it hard getting back?
Oh, terrible. 9 hours. We went from St. Thomas to Chicago, basically. That's a 5 hour.
O'Hare is a hole, too.
I hate that place.
O'Hare is a hole. Philadelphia is a hole.
Yeah, I hate that place.
Dallas-Fort Worth, not a bad airport. DIA, actually not a bad airport. Houston, I've never landed at. It's decent.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
They don't have any good restaurants around the gates, you know, so I mean, you get nothing but.
I'll tell you one that's quick, that's remarkable, is Washington, D.C., Reagan.
Really?
It's so tiny. When you land, your luggage is like already on the carousel and the front door is right
That's
there.
great. I
It's
like that.
awesome.
I like that, yeah.
You would think with all the Congress and everything going on in Washington, the lobbyists flying in and out, you would think that airport would be insane. So what's the other one there? There's another one in D.C. The other one must be the hellhole.
Susie coming in tomorrow, Tom?
Probably, yeah.
No, we're out of town.
Were you scheduled to be in here today?
What's that?
Were you guys supposed to be here today?
What does that mean?
Yeah, we planned on.
Because I went over to Tom's house today.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did? Oh, no one told you.
Yeah, I went in there
You
and
should
I...
always check with me because Tom's not real good about just communicating those
Oh.
things, Bo.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know you were going.
We
over
didn't.
there.
I didn't
would've
know
let
till
you know.
last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
What,
Feel
Tom
bad.
is not working today?
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But tomorrow we'll be full, so don't come
Right,
in
I'm not
tomorrow.
coming in.
Tom's going to be in, plus I have 2 guests, plus Dimitri. So
Yeah, I'm not planning on coming in tomorrow. And I have a couple cases of work. Okay.
Did you count me as coming in, Suze?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, you and Dimitri, and then we have 2 cars.
And we're not. Tom's going to be in.
Right.
You guys
Yeah.
got to remind him at 11:45 he's got a retirement party.
Okay.
Retiring?
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino, you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We definitely want to hear from you. Hopefully we can help you out. Only show of its kind, over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. Deputy Bo joins us. By the way, this hour brought to you by waterpros.net. I love the system we got from them. We got basically a water softener for the whole house. It was less than $3,500. And man, it's been up in operation for over 2 years. Almost zero maintenance. I've had to add the salt to it once. It's incredibly great. It makes the water a lot better. And they have a system now that gets rid of forever chemicals. It softens the water, and it handles any chlorine problems. Think about that for your entire house, not a point of use. Other people will say, oh, we got that for $1,000. That's at the kitchen sink. This is for your entire house. And make sure they get rid of the PFAS. You realize if you go fishing in Chatfield Reservoir right now, you're not supposed to eat the fish. Did you hear that, Joe?
I heard about that.
All you do, that's what you are. You're a fishitarian.
That is right. I'm a pescatarian.
A fishitarian.
Pescatarian.
So that's all he eats. He doesn't eat meat. He eats vegetables and fruits.
That's right.
And fish. When I read that, I started thinking about you.
Well, thank you.
If it's going on in Chatfield, think about it. This plastic is everywhere. It's horrible.
That is sad, yeah.
So they got a system now, Paul the Waterman, literally, and I mean literally, under $3,700, it'll do everything. And just Google PFAS, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And then pop in Chatfield. It's scary as hell. That's right here. All right, 303-713-8255. Barbara, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you with Deputy Bo that just walked in. And Deputy Bo, let me kind of catch you up on what's going on.
Okay.
There's a product called Relaxium, and it's sold on kind of infomercials or TV commercials. Mike Huckabee, who ran for president years ago, actually, and he was the governor of somewhere, but he
Arkansas.
actually... Who was it?
I think Arkansas.
Arkansas. He pushes the product pretty heavily, like on Fox News, and I think it's also on CNN, although that would be weird seeing Mike Huckabee push CNN. But you get the idea. I've seen the product. It helps you go to sleep. I've never used it. She signed up, according to her. And Barbara, was it your husband that signed up back in 2020 or yourself?
He asked me to sign up for him.
Say that again?
He asked me to sign up for him.
Fair enough. She signed up 5 years ago. They paid X amount that first year, and then they didn't get billed, and they didn't receive anything for 4 years. The first year was fine. The product did not work for them, so that was it. This year, all of a sudden, a charge for how much? $120?
No, 189.
A charge for 189 shows up, and then 6 bottles, right?
Yeah.
6 bottles of this stuff. Out of the blue shows up. So there's 2 things. One, she's got to get a hold of these guys on the website. She's 90 years old. She doesn't use the internet. You need to get on there and get into her account somehow, which I have no idea. If she doesn't, do you have email, Barbara?
No.
You're going to end up calling them. I have no idea how you're going to possibly go online and cancel.
Barbara, can you just call your credit card company?
We already went down. That's the second thing. The credit card company she disputed. She got a temporary credit. They talked to the company. They convinced the company. She authorized it and took away the provisional credit and basically rebuild her.
Well, technically, she never canceled, right, Mark?
Well, I don't know if she did or not, but the fact she didn't receive anything for 4 years, to me, would be the cancellation right there by itself. I mean, that part. So, Bo, I want to make sure she is canceled, but the second part is I want you to do a 3-way with the credit card company.
Right, okay.
She simply did not authorize this. Period, end of story. And while you're on with that 3-way call, they can verify that she was or wasn't charged the last 4 years. If she wasn't charged the last 4 years, there is no reason out of the blue she should be charged this amount, period. And she says she knows nothing about it except for 2020.
I think we need to get on a 3-way call with Michael Huckleby.
Get Huckleby on there. Yeah. That would be funny.
Can you grab him?
Grab Huckleby?
No. Who is that? Who are you talking to?
Just somebody at my door.
Okay. All right, Barbara, listen.
Don't buy anything.
You're going to give your information to Kelly. Bo's going to be calling you soon. Kelly, get this over to Bo's email, please, with all of her info. And then, Bo, I think, honestly, the quickest way is if you can do a 3-way with her bank and talk purely on the credit card charges. She's saying she absolutely has not talked to this company for 5 years, and they canceled 5 years ago. And if it's true that they haven't billed her nor shipped anything in 4 years, I would assume that's a cancellation no matter how you look at it.
In of itself.
And now she's saying she has not called them back, and it is a different credit card number than the one she used 5 years ago. But companies have a way of getting that. That's not a big deal. I don't agree with it, but it goes on. Hey, Chuck. Chuck's got a problem with car polish that he bought from O'Reilly Auto Parts. This one's going to be curious. I wonder if he's going to say this. I bought this polish, I used it, and it scratched the hell out of my car or something. Like it was like sandpaper. That's crazy. I don't know if that's it, but we're all going to find out together right after this.
Car polish with sandpaper in it.
I hate those subscriptions, you know. I hate those subscriptions that keep recurring. You know, like credit card subscriptions.
I got it forever.
Oh, forever, man. I tell you what, you got to be careful.
My wife
I have a question. Have you guys ever had an optometrist check your eyes as opposed to an ophthalmologist for vision?
I think I go to an optometrist.
I have, Doc. You know, before I had my cataract surgery,
I
went to an optometrist. And then now I'm going to a regular MD that handles the eyes.
Because the guy that my friend who I've been using for 30 years retired. So I need to get a re-exam. So you've gone to an...
All right, hold on, guys.
Okay.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, a trusted family-owned team approach to your retirement. These guys can help you with every aspect of retirement. Let me give you some examples. They can talk to you about optimizing your Social Security benefits and all the taxes. They can talk to you about Medicare and different supplements. They can talk about long-term care. They can even help you with estate planning. Maybe you own a business and you want to pass it on to your kids. They can help you with that. They help you with retirement. That's pretty straightforward. That's how these guys operate. They've been doing it for 40 years. It's a trusted family-owned team approach to your retirement. Call and talk to them for free. Check them out at rpcenter.com. That's RP as in retirement planning, center.com. rpcenter.com.
I went to UC Health. UC Health, and Dr. Davidson, he's a professor basically there.
But he's an ophthalmologist.
Yes, and he did my cataract surgery. Wonderful, man. And I'm telling you something, Doc. Right now, my vision is 2017, better than when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Who did you use at CU Medical?
Yeah, it's Dr. Davidson.
Yeah.
Oh, you used Dr. Davidson?
Yeah, you know him.
At CU?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We put an air conditioner in for him, and he actually did I had a detached retina.
Yeah.
I got a picture of him in my phone.
Oh, yeah.
I think that guy
He
walks on
guy.
water.
Well, he is.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I hugged the guy.
I did too. It's like a
Did you?
miracle. I did
Joe
too.
and I are hugging doctors, except for me.
No, I mean, I'm not.
I just need,
I don't know if you get into seeing.
I don't have cataracts. I just
But
need,
you know what though? It took me, I think it was like 6 months to get in.
Yeah, I don't need. I don't think I need an ophthalmologist. Just need someone.
I think CU's the best.
Here's what he found. Look, Ben.
You know who you should talk to, Doc?
Literally
Kelly.
a loose nut.
What? Kelly. Kelly has all sorts of eye problems. She probably knows all the good eye doctors.
A wire just came loose.
Yeah, I just need an eye check. I don't have cataracts.
Yeah, Davidson would be way too much.
So it looks like we got a backup thermostat.
That's funny, you know him.
Well,
He's a good. Yeah, I had
He's
to
a
wait.
great person. I like him a lot.
I had to wait like a year. My wife found him, and man, he did miracles.
Oh, he did miracles with me too. I was almost legally blind in one eye.
You are?
No, I was.
Oh.
Legally blind in one eye.
With cataracts?
Yeah. And he took them off, and now it's 2017.
I remember when Tom had his done right around there. He got those lenses where they kind of see far in.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
I get it. I don't have any glasses.
I forget the name of them.
They're like these infinity, instead of being a glass, it's a lens.
Yeah.
Similar to these.
They got like little dots, he says.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of cool. I'm waiting for the bionic ones where I can zoom in.
Oh, just like that.
Or the X-ray.
Or X-ray, yeah.
Oh, that would be
infrared.
good. Yeah. Infrared, that would
I
be
can
great.
see through walls.
You can see bras.
Through bras. Just take a flight to Krypton.
Who's texting my ass?
They're saying that neuroplant that Elon Musk is doing, the Neuralink, that eventually it'll be able to not only see for people that can't see, which is crazy. Right. It'll tell your brain what you're looking at and paint a picture, even though your eyes don't work. I have no idea how that works.
That's amazing.
But you'll be able to see stuff like infrared. You'll be able to see different things. I guess they basically literally hook a camera up to your brain, and that's your new eyeball.
God, isn't that crazy?
It's insane.
I can't believe
There's a guy right now where they used his own voice with AI, and they put the chip in. He's one of the first humans. He hasn't been able to talk to his wife or kids forever. Now, with the help, purely with the Neuralink and this AI that makes it sound like him, he talks right through a speaker his thoughts, and it comes right out and holds complete conversations with his family.
I'm amazed. That Alan is a genius.
And there's monkeys that can play Pac-Man now, which...
Oh, really?
I guess that's a starting way.
I love monkeys.
I love Pac-Man.
Yeah, I do too. I got a Pac-Man at my house.
Did you ever eat a monkey?
No, come on.
Oh.
Have you?
No, God, no. I couldn't eat a monkey. I watched this episode of
there's no way.
a real show, truly a real show, where they did eat monkey brains.
Yeah, monkey brain's a delicacy.
See, that was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
But it tastes just like chicken.
That's ridiculous.
But that's how you can get mad cow disease.
Daniel did it.
By eating monkey brain?
Well, I'll tell you something interesting over the break.
No.
Okay.
He did.
That's gonna
Mad cow disease.
Stay away from monkey brain. You're going to
here's the
get
thing.
mad cow disease.
There was a guy, an epidemiologist in New Guinea, and it turns out
Is that all he could eat was monkeys? No, go ahead.
only the women were getting. It's called.
All right, guys. All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Don't forget Frank Duran, the real estate man, frankduranhomes.com. You want the best realtor that's going to sell your house for more money and faster, you call Frank Duran. You can look up the stats yourself on MLS. No one sells more homes in the Denver metro area for more money than Frank. In fact, he sells more homes, listen to this, in 1 month than most realtors sell in over a year in the state of Colorado. Wow. That's Frank Duran. He's helped me out numerous times. He has helped Tom out numerous times. You got to use him. Simple as that. frankduranhomes.com. Now, I'm dying to hear what's going on with this car polish, Chuck. By the way, 2 lines open. Get those lines filled up. Any problems you have, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Get the calls in. Chuck, what is going on?
I wish it was as easy as scratching my car, but it's not.
Oh, man, what's going on?
About a week ago, I went into the O'Reilly Auto Parts at 72nd and Federal looking for some polished aluminum on my motorcycle.
Okay.
Just to restore it back up. And I bought a product called White Diamond Metal Polish. You follow me? You can actually Google it up, the image. You can see it with what I'm looking at. It's in a white bottle, 12-ounce fluid deal. It worked flawlessly. It worked great. But here's the problem that it has. It has vanilla scented. It's vanilla scented. And it's poison. So that leads me up to my my experience.
Well, wait a minute. I'm looking at it here. I don't see it. I'm just looking at it. They make a lot of products, but you're talking about basically the little bottles. And
yes, White Diamond.
Yeah.
It's called metal polish, long lasting.
Boy, there's a lot of these actually.
White. Yeah.
I'm a little shocked
at the
by
very
this.
bottom of the line, it says vanilla scented on it.
So it's like $20, right? $18.
Yeah, it's $20.
And you're saying somewhere on here, I don't see anything that says it's scented.
It says vanilla scented.
Where?
Right
Where do you see that?
Right under the, it's the last thing in the black square.
Oh, I can't zoom in on this picture I have.
So here's where it brings us to where we're at.
Yeah, who cares? It's vanilla scented. Who cares?
Yeah, vanilla scented. You wouldn't think any problem. So I used it. It worked great. Put everything away. I put the lid back on, put it away. I go to start picking up the stuff, and I noticed the little pad that I got, the wax applicator pad, is missing off my little lip.
Your dog ate
it. My crazy dog got it and ate half of it.
Wow. Is he okay?
So
Is the dog
I'm in
okay?
panic mode. Oh my God, my 8-year-old dog has ate this thing. And usually she'll tear it up, but no, she's actually ingested.
It says
half
right
of
on there, danger, poison.
Yeah, I see it.
Why would you scent something like a food product that's poison?
Well, I don't know why you would scent this vanilla. I have no idea. I mean, honestly, I have no idea, but all the labels, everything on here has the warnings, man.
It does.
But hey, let me jump back to this, though. Hold on, Chuck. Is the dog okay now?
Yeah. She's recovering after a vet bill.
And what did the vet say? I mean, like, what did they do to treat a dog that eats White Diamond?
So they gave her a shot, and I'm going to look at the bill here. I can't pronounce it. It's CERENIA, and it helps her with the upset tummy. So she's been out eating grass like a cow, trying to keep her tummy up from getting upset. So she's on the mend. I made her some rice.
How much was the total vet bill?
$244.47.
And that's what you're trying to recoup?
That's right. And so I called their customer care at online.
White Diamond or O'Reilly?
Well, the guy from O'Reilly said, why would they put scent in something that's poison like that? I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, I still don't understand why they put scent in a polish anyhow. I mean, okay, why would they do that? Does anybody have any... Why would you buy a metal polish Like I used to use Brasso.
Here's my theory. Sometimes those polishes just stink. They smell like chemicals. They smell, whatever. So they sent it to maybe...
What if?
cover it up.
A big what if. What if someone's 2 or 3 year old kid grabbed that whole bottle because it smelled like vanilla wafers?
Then the parent should be smacked around.
Well, kids will do weird stuff.
Well, listen, man, Chuck, I agree with you. I don't quite understand why they do it. Suzanne's probably onto something right there, because for the life of me, who wants their motorcycle or their exhaust pipe to smell like vanilla? I don't know, but maybe it is to cover up the horrible smell.
I reached out to Schultz Laboratories, and they don't respond back.
Well, I got 2 ideas of what you could do. I don't think O'Reilly
Is
has
that the
got
place?
anything to do with this, but I do have an idea, and I'm going to look at something during the break about a white diamond. Everybody hold on. I couldn't even hear that music, bro. I could not hear it at all.
I mean, we could.
So, Bo?
Yes.
The human equivalent of mad cow disease is called...
That didn't throw off any commercials, though, right? I got a fucking scolding letter from Dave. When we go up against this, TTWN doesn't play, and that's becoming an issue.
So the human disease is called Jakob-Creutzfeldt disease. So there was some epidemiologist in New Guinea, and he realized that only the women were suffering from mad cow disease. And he couldn't figure out why. And then he realized they were cannibals. So what was happening was the men would eat the heart and the liver of the deceased person, and the women would eat the brains. So they finally realized...
Are they humans?
Yeah, these are cannibals.
Oh, okay.
They finally realized
Still goes on.
that the disease was transmitted by neural tissue, either brain or spine, and the men didn't eat that. They ate the heart and the liver, and the women were eating the brains and the spinal cord, and they got the disease.
God,
That's interesting.
that's
How did they
really
figure all
interesting.
that out?
I mean, that's amazing. I mean,
Don't be eating people, right?
well, don't be eating animals, period.
That's right.
Oh, Joe.
No, don't be eating animals. I mean, why would you kill a poor cow?
'Cause you're hungry.
Or a pig.
That's right.
'Cause
or
you're
a chicken?
hungry.
No,
Because it sounds
that's BS.
I think killing it for sport is crazy. Killing it for food
Well, I don't know.
is natural.
I don't know.
We've had this argument. You can say the same damn thing about a fish. Look at that poor fish.
Yeah, fish
He
is
was
an
just
animal.
swimming. That salmon was just swimming
But they're not-
upstream,
Yeah, leaving you.
minding his own
But they're
business.
not
Minding
loving
his
you.
own
Okay? They're not
business.
loving you. It's just like a dog. I mean, a dog and a
Nah,
cat
there's
loves
some
you.
love.
A cow loves you. I mean,
No, it
a
doesn't.
lamb.
Cow loves
oh,
you?
Yeah, the cow. I mean,
A cow, maybe if you're from
Hang on.
Arkansas, the cow might love you.
Jeez, Mark.
Oh, I'm just telling you.
Joe, if you don't have sex with the cow, they don't love you.
The cow doesn't love you.
Well, I mean,
I would argue some
They're poor
fish are
animals.
smarter than a cow.
If they're killed humanely,
But how do you justify that? A
Well, how
fish
do you-
being different?
how do you cane? I mean,
'Cause a fish
think
doesn't
about it.
smile.
How do you kill a cow?
easy. They
That-
shoot us.
They shoot him out.
No, if
yeah,
they're brain,
right here.
they
yeah.
die instantly.
Right.
No pain, no.
Pigs know it's
So-
coming, I was told.
No.
So what
Pigs
if
hear them. Pigs hear the other ones in front squealing. They know what's happening.
Oh,
they do?
they are smart.
They are.
So, Mark, wait till you hear what this bill does on these kiosks. It's really amazing. So I think this guy has no recourse.
Well,
you
with
don't
that
eat
white
any meat, do
diamond.
you?
I mean,
That-
You don't eat meat, do you?
I eat meat.
Do you?
But I'm with you, Joe. Sometimes, like, like when I hear about baby cows
Oh,
being
yeah, I mean,
separated
God.
from their moms and
You're
they're
right.
crying
Right.
and howling and stuff,
That's
that
right.
breaks.
I mean,
like, it
yeah.
makes me question.
yeah.
what
But
I'm
that-
doing.
It makes you want to
You know
order.
what
a-
I saw a reel one time on Facebook where they were going to kill a lamb, right? And they put the lamb, the big lamb, on a chopping block. And if somebody was with an axe was going to hit her neck, and her little baby lamb came and she lay right on her head.
That's so heartbreaking.
I mean, and I'm thinking, and here's people that eat lamb.
They know they're
I mean,
not.
look, I'm sorry. I mean,
I
they do
get
have
you.
they do have a feeling. You know what I mean? They do have some emotion. You have to be like a cannibal, like Mark.
you ever seen a fish sitting on a hook, flapping around like it's in pain?
But they're they're not pets, okay? You can have...
People have fish in their house. People have koi in their front yard.
Yeah, but I'm talking about those little ones, okay? I mean,
I can
see your point with veal.
Yes.
I love veal.
But
Maggiano's has a new veal that is unbelievable.
Eating grass.
Yes.
Ooh, I love veal. It's a food animal.
Let's go.
And if they killed humanely, there's no suffering, I don't see why you would get upset about it.
I think I just, that was my...
when did you go veggie, or when did you go fishitarian?
Close to 30 years ago.
Okay. So, I mean, you ate meat. You murdered a million.
I ate everything.
Yeah.
Mark, this guy...
So you won't even have, for example, milk?
I don't drink milk.
So you're vegan?
No, I mean, I'm a pescatarian.
Well, vegan doesn't eat fish, right?
He's a pescatarian.
Yeah, pescatarian.
A fishitarian.
Yeah, no, pescatarian it's called.
Fishitarian.
Yeah, I like
What's
fish.
the difference?
My diction is correct on this.
Well, maybe so, but...
It's a pescatarian.
Which is a fishitarian.
Well, Joe, do you have fish?
No, because it also has to do with other seafood.
No,
Like what?
Like clams and scallops and shrimp.
Plant-based candy bars.
So
So it's
hard.
not only fish.
Okay.
So you're wrong once again.
Well, I think he eats all that stuff.
So that's why he's a pescatarian.
He's a fishitarian.
No, because it's more than fish.
Doc, I'm going to look it up right now.
So what do you think of plant-based food?
I think it's great if that's what you choose.
I mean, do you think it's nutritious, you think?
Do I think it's what?
Nutritious?
Yeah.
Okay, see, just like the plant-based that I get at Whole Foods, you know what I mean? They have this Impossible
Yeah.
hamburger.
I think that's great if that's what you choose to
They
do.
taste exactly like a hamburger, okay? You can get those chicken patties that taste almost like a chicken. I mean, there's no comparison.
I think we live in a country where you have a choice.
That's right.
And my choice
That's why I
is
love
to
it.
eat
Steak.
humanely
Yeah.
raised and killed
Right.
food products.
Yeah.
A fishitarian. There is a fishitarian. It's real. But you're right, Doc. It doesn't include a pescatarian is someone that doesn't eat red meat or poultry, but does eat fish and other seafood.
Right.
That's right. That's
So
right.
you'll eat lobster.
Oh, yeah.
You'll eat dolphin.
I've never eaten
Love
dolphin.
that dolphin.
I've never eaten dolphin, and I never will eat it. Well,
I bet he
that's the
eats
difference.
dolphin.
No, I
There's
like
a-
oysters.
There's a fish called a dolphin, as opposed to the mammal called dolphins or porpoise.
How about walrus? You like walrus?
No.
But no, dolphin, they're really prized fish, dolphins.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You never had that?
Never.
Look it up. What
Okay.
a dolphin fish is.
You like dolphin there, Doc?
Yeah, because it's a fish. It's
Wild caught and farmed fish are routinely left to suffocate in open air or killed by a combination of suffocation and being cut open alive.
Oh my God. Where are you reading that?
Concerns about fishitarianism.
Well, that's not pescatarian, okay?
Well, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. In fact, if you read what they do to lobsters, how would you like to be dumped into a boiling hot...
Jesus.
Have you ever seen lobsters? Just grab from it?
I hate it.
I
hate
really
seeing
don't
them.
eat that much lobster.
They go,
because of that.
Yeah, it's.
What do you think
feel
a
bad
pig
for
does when
lobster getting
they
boiled
kill them?
alive.
That's crazy.
I know.
I didn't realize they suffocated fish or just cut their throats open alive. That's sad. And this says Jesus might have been a pescatarian, interestingly enough.
There you go.
I never heard of that.
Coming back Monday, Suze?
Yeah, we come back Monday unless Tommy needs us to come back.
So you won't eat pizza.
Yeah, pizza.
So you will eat milk or cheese. Okay, you just don't drink milk.
Ripped off, bad
Pepperoni.
news. You need advice so you don't have to
Green olives.
lose.
Yeah. Well, you do. I'm just saying you really eat dairy products.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
You know that.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, directly due to this show. Simple as that. You have any issue, we have a lot of attorneys. We've got deputies. We've got good contractors, including great roofers. We've got all kinds of people here to help get to the bottom of your problem. And if that includes trying to recoup money some bad contractor or landlord or someone took, we'll get involved in that. In fact, we use the power of the media. Think about that. We use the radio signal you're listening to right now, or our YouTube channel, or any way you hear us. We have over 50,000 a month downloads on our podcast. So however you're listening, we use that method to go after the bad guys. I wasn't going to bring this up. I'm not going to bring the guy's name up. And I'm going to hop back to the phones in a second. By the way, we got 3 lines open. Love to hear from you. 303-713-8255, 303-713-8255, or 303 Martino. They both come here right now, and the 303 Martino works on and off the air. So I heard from a contractor that this goes to tell you guys something. Things that are put on the internet never die. Never die. I'm not going to say who the contractor is. I'm not going to say I feel bad for the guy, because really I don't. I think what he did was a horrible thing. But we got 0 complaints about him for a long period of time, and he reached out and wanted us to take down an article on Sleaze Brigade about him. So we gave it a lot of thought. In fact, I even did a poll on our YouTube channel years ago when we did this. And we decided, you know what? I think people can turn over a new leaf. I don't know. Maybe he was an alcoholic and he quit drinking. Maybe he was a drug addict and he quit doing drugs. I don't know his story. But I do know one thing. We didn't get any calls on him for numerous years, maybe 5 years. So we said, you know what? Yeah, who are we to be keeping this guy up on Sleaze Brigade? Because anybody that he went out to get work from would type in his name. And I don't care what state you were in, the sleazebrigade.com article would pop up. And he just wasn't getting any jobs. So we took it down. The problem is the article was reposted by numerous people. One of them being it was reposted by an iHeart affiliate, another AM radio station on their Facebook. I don't have any control over that. We took down the original post, but they basically copied it. It was just a written post and reposted it themselves. So now the guy calls me last night or emails me wanting me to somehow figure out how to take it down everywhere on the internet. Well, that's impossible. That's why these kids that upload pictures and stuff to these sites or these, what do they call it? Sexting? Teenagers, that's a big deal now.
Sexploitation.
Yeah, think about that. You've got 2 16-year-olds that are dating, they're heavy. Back in the day, you'd go out to make out point or back in the woods or wherever, Now,
that's what the backseat of a car is used for.
Yeah, now it's all done on tablets. Oh, here's a picture of me. Oh, here's a picture of me. Now they break up. Someone uploads one of those somewhere. That is there forever. It is there forever, which is mind-blowing to me. Me growing up, not like Doc. I mean, Doc, you didn't even have radio when you were born.
We used clay tablets.
Yeah, clay tablets, yeah.
Clay tablets.
The closest thing I grew up with a tablet, it was an Etch-a-Sketch. And if there's kids listening, they probably have no idea what that is. But that's the only thing. All we did have video games, though. I had the Atari 2600 as a child, and we had stuff like that. But that stuff was all pretty new. That was like the 80s, the early 80s. But nowadays, I feel bad for this guy, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't get rid of that stuff. People got to understand that when they post something like that, it's going to be there forever.
I have a suggestion.
What?
This contractor, why doesn't he change his name or go to an LLC?
Change his name.
Well, he has a pretty unique name, so I
think you mean change his name.
Change his name or the business name.
The business name doesn't matter.
It's not the business name, Bo.
It's his name.
Yeah.
And it ain't Fred Smith.
Correct.
So, okay. I mean, it's
just
crazy.
A suggestion.
But if
it's hurting him, or can he go to Yelp, write a letter to Yelp and have him remove it? I've heard that Yelp will remove disparaging ads, but you have to make a formal letter.
Yeah, but this was a news article. They're not. I don't know how Yelp, first of all, can't remove anything from Facebook, nor can Yelp remove anything from Google, nor can Yelp remove anything from YouTube. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to reach out to every single person, but he's like expecting me to do that. And it's like, you're crazy. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. But I did send one email to someone at iHeart at that station. The station's not even in this damn town.
Really?
To see if they can figure something out. But other than that, I'm done.
I'm surprised. Like, if they reposted the link, you would think if someone clicked on the link, it would be dead from us taking it down.
No, because they recopied it. They literally didn't like repost it or link to it. They simply highlighted it, copied it, and then did their own thing on it.
Ouch. Poor contractor.
Yeah,
Is it
well.
really that detrimental to his business? This
Yes.
ad?
Oh, it's
that
crazy.
He needs to change his go to initials instead of his name.
Something. Well, the business isn't his name, but the problem is he does big stuff. I'm not even going to say what he does, but let's just say basement refinishes. So he comes over and he bids you on a $30,000, $50,000 project. Unless if you're insane, you're going to Google whoever it is. So not just the company name. I'm sure you'll Google that too, but I'm going to Google whoever I'm dealing with, or at minimum, the owner of the company that I'm getting ready to write a check for $50,000 to. And then the second you Google them, the first thing that popped up, it doesn't pop up anymore because we got rid of it, is the thing we did on Sleaze Brigade. But a lot of people copied that and did Facebook posts and did other things with it. So it's just crazy. Now,
Hey, can I pop?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is really this is really something I'm proud of. AARP Fraud Watch Network.
My dad worked there for years,
which I am a part of. Got a bill signed about electronic ATM machines where you're going for Bitcoin, and they. I just want to read you one of it. Is that you are entitled to a refund. The owner of the kiosk, if it's proved to be a fraud, has to return your money.
So let's give a little perspective here. Then I promise I'm going to go back to this O'Reilly call where this guy.
Can I just read the warning that's on the machine now?
But I still got to give context to what you're talking about. So there's ATM machines now that you can actually go buy crypto with, or you can add to your account. We had one caller. Her dad went into a liquor store where there was a machine and put $25,000 in it. I said, there's no way. I've never heard of an ATM, even at a bank where you can deposit that much money. Sure enough, they exist, and there is one in that liquor store. In fact, Deputy Bo, you went out there, right? Was that you or Chopper?
One of us, I think Chopper went out and investigated it, and then we called. It was, I believe it was, he put 40 grand in the machine.
He did two different transactions.
And the perpetrators were across the street watching him, and as soon as he left, they opened the machine up and took the cash out.
Well, either they opened it up and took the cash, or it didn't matter. He bought crypto, and he scanned a little bar that the crooks gave him, and it went into their account. So whether they got the cash or not doesn't even matter, because they either got the cash or they got the crypto. Yeah. But just the fact, can you imagine if you could go up to an ATM and take $25,000 out? You simply can't. I don't care if you're in the biggest casino in Las Vegas, you're not going to take out more than 1,000. Maybe some banks might let you take out 2,000, but the majority let you take out 300 or 500.
Right.
So, but 25,000 is ridiculous. Then someone puts a gun to your head and wipes out your entire bank account in a day. That's why that safety stuff's up like
That's
that.
good. That's
but
good
not
to
for
have
crypto.
That. Okay.
So when did this go?
As of January, it was signed into law yesterday. It takes effect January 1st.
So Polis signed it.
Everybody, it's a bill. So let me just read you one. You can only do $1,000 a day.
That's great.
The owner is responsible for refunds, and this warning.
What does that mean, responsible for refunds? If you buy the crypto,
if you buy the crypto and somebody owns that machine, the owner of the machine, if it's proven to be fraud, has to refund the money.
Wow.
Well, listen to this. Here's the warning.
But hold on, Doc.
Okay.
You're going too quick on this stuff. It's very interesting.
Okay.
Do they get into the definition of fraud? Because in the case we're talking about, someone had this guy walk to the bank. He withdrew $25,000. He walked into that machine and used the barcode the perpetrator sent him and did it. I don't know if that's not really fraud. That's him being dumb.
Well, it may have been the inducement to do that may have been fraudulent.
I don't know.
Okay, so anyway, if it's proven to be fraud, but
then the owner of that machine
is responsible
for the 25 grand or 40 grand.
Correct.
Wow.
Now
that's cool.
Okay. Now this warning is posted on every machine. Let me just read it to you.
It has to be as of when?
as of January 1st of 2026.
Go ahead.
It says, warning, this technology can be used to defraud you. If you have been directed to this machine by someone claiming to be a government agent, bill collector, or law enforcement officer, or anyone that you do not know personally, stop this transaction immediately and contact financial advisor or local law enforcement.
I love every bit of that.
That's on every machine.
I love every bit of that. Hey, Chuck, so Chuck called last hour. I just want to finish up with him. Chuck, here's kind of the bottom line. I looked, and I have no idea how you would take what is it called again?
White diamond.
White diamond, or the manufacturers of it. And I looked up the manufacturer. It's like a white diamond something. But I do not see.
Schultz Industries.
Yeah. Who is it?
Schultz Industries.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I did not see that. Hold on. Schultz, like in Snoopy Schultz?
Schultz, I know nothing.
Yeah. It's funny. I go to Snoopy. He goes to Sergeant Schultz. Wasn't the guy that did Snoopy? Wasn't his name Schultz?
No, that was.
It was.
Charles. It wasn't Charles Schultz.
Yes, Charles Schultz.
Yeah.
He was the creator.
But I didn't reach out to them on it. My end goal, here's where the end goal. It's only $250. My dog's going to be okay. Is if they have something on the shelf that has that's poison and even says so, could cause death, and they have it with a sweet smell.
It's crazy.
You say the kids should be better. Well, no, but
you know what's funny? You can't go by. You can't. I'm not even sure if this is true now. It seems to change every year. You can't go buy flavored vape because they don't want kids smoking watermelon or whatever, strawberry. Literally, you can't buy flavored stuff, but you can buy something like this that smells like vanilla that could literally, kill you. I think vape kills you eventually, but it doesn't kill you that day.
But I have two words: personal responsibility. If you buy something that you know is poison, it's your responsibility to keep it out of the reach of children.
Okay, I looked here. Schultz Industries.
We all been around toddlers that climb over everything. That was my main concern.
Yeah,
my dog's going to be fine.
No, it's bad though. Dogs. You could make the same argument with antifreeze. It's got a sweet taste.
The manager at the O'Reilly's was to me. She was over the top, and I'm like, wow. And I'm standing there looking at it. I'm like,
Chuck, let me finish my thought on this. What I would do, honestly, I think I would do this if you really wanted to. I would figure out who the distribution path went and whoever delivered it to the store, or I would sue that store for $250 in small claims court. Now, I don't think you have a leg to stand on. I'm going to say that. But they're going to have to think real hard, whoever's at O'Reilly's. Do they want to snuff this out for $250 or $300 with court costs, or do they want to show up and waste 2 days out of their life to defend it? And I'm telling you right now, any smart business would hand you the $300, and then they would go to that manufacturer distributor and say, "Give me my $300." So I would personally do that.
You're in my head. So here's what I did. I went to the Consumer Protection Safety Commission.
Sweet.
And dug around, called somebody, and filed a formal complaint for Schultz Laboratories.
Wow.
Stating that it's an unsafe product. It was a little bit of stepping and fetching, and if I have
So what did they say, though? What happened?
Well, I haven't got a response. They said that they've got, I just did it this morning before I called you guys. And my big concern, the product worked fine, but you don't need to put.
I get it. We don't need to rehash it. It is strange. I don't know why they put vanilla in it. It's nuts, man. It's like taking
put beef jerky smell in it for all I care, right?
Yeah, exactly. You make it smell like, I don't know. Anything that's edible is crazy. I don't get that part. I got to take this break though. Hold on. I'm done with him.
Okay. Suze was right that I got on the web. They have the vanilla smell so you don't smell the harsh chemical smell and wear a mask.
Hold on, guys. It is so important to shop around when it comes to air conditioning systems, anything HVAC, water heaters. You can see prices from $1,500 to $6,000 on the same water heater. The guys at Fixit 24/7, free second opinions. If you want to see if they can beat the price, or more importantly, if you actually need a new system, you got to call these guys. Free second opinions. FixMyHome.com. Go there right now if you have an estimate in your hand. Free second opinions only at FixMyHome.com. Susanna, I'm going to have you, I think. Actually, I might be able to do this on the big break.
I can do whatever you need. What do you need?
Well, he said he's sending a DocuSign. This simply is not a DocuSign.
Who is he?
With the house.
Okay.
This guy is not understanding. I can't print anywhere from here.
You don't print, you sign on your computer if it's DocuSign.
I know, but yeah, I know. Trust me, I know.
You want to forward me the email for me to look at?
Yeah, I'm going to download this.
that.
Okay, this is purchase agreement in addendum A. I think, yes. And then this must be he's saying he sent a DocuSign. Here, just go call this guy. Just call him. Just tell him to send it to you. For the life of me, I just can't do this, but we got to get it done.
Okay.
Call him from my phone. Tell him who you are. Give him whatever email you want. But I do not see a DocuSign, and he's telling me he sent it. So I don't know what the fuck.
Is it Phil?
It's Phil.
All right, I'll figure it out.
Kelly, I'm done with him.
No more vanilla.
No more vanilla.
I like vanilla.
It is crazy they do that, though.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree with that.
I like the turtle wax smell better than vanilla.
I got, to clarify, I got the purchase agreement, but I did not get the other stuff. Is he just resending everything to you?
Well,
Give that to those are my kids.
Give that to my son.
Okay, can I call him
He's coming in.
today?
Yeah, at the news.
Yeah, I want to look at an annuity for my 3 kids.
You want annuities
Yep.
or you want the life insurance?
Or something where they can draw them when they're like 40 years old, like you were talking about.
Well, that's why that becomes the banker life insurance.
Was that what it is?
Yeah, because the annuity is more for retirement.
Oh.
You know, like when they become 65,
Yeah.
you know, they're going to be able to draw an income for the rest of their lives.
So I want the life insurance.
Yeah, the life insurance will become the banker that can actually.
All right, 303-713-8255. Joe Chiano, I want to talk to you about a couple different things. I want to talk to you about annuities in general. And this is important. If anybody out there is listening, there's bad information out there on annuities, and there's good information. You're going to hear some good information here. Here's kind of the deal. Here's how I look at them. You give up some of the liquidity for guaranteed money when you buy an annuity. And I realize you can borrow a certain amount from it. If you have a $500,000 annuity, or let's use round numbers, $1 million annuity, you can borrow $100,000 a year every year. So you can definitely get some of it, but you're locked into it. It's a retirement vehicle. It's like trying to get your Social Security when you're 50. It is what it is. It's there, it's building, and it's going to continue to build. The thing I think people get nervous is when they die. The biggest thing I get is, okay, I'm 50 years old. If I get an annuity right now, once again, I'll use $1 million. Doesn't matter, or $100,000. If I get a $100,000 annuity now, I realize by the time I'm 70, or whenever I pull the trigger on full-time retirement, or whenever I want that cash flow, I'm going to get a lot per month, and I'm going to get that till the day I die. A lot of people fear, though. Let's say they turn it on at 70, and I'm just throwing numbers out, and they're getting $3,000 a month for the rest of their life. And then we'll talk about long-term care and the other benefits as well. But a lot of people are afraid when they die, that just goes away. And here they did. They spent $100,000, and instead of getting $3,000 or $36,000 a year till the day they die, that it just goes away. Well, that's simply not true. There used to be some annuities that were like that, but now the reality is your offspring or your beneficiary, no matter who it is, gets that. You never, no matter what, and I want you to clarify, no matter what, will you ever lose one nickel of principal in the products that you sell?
None. Zero. Guaranteed. And that is the beautiful thing about our annuities. You know, you're right, Mark. There's some good annuities and there's some bad annuities, okay? The new annuities, the ones that we promote, are actually very flexible. Very, very flexible. Just like you said earlier, people can actually take 10% of their whole account value every year. Now, that
they can put it back in, too, if they want.
Absolutely. That annuity will grow every single year, but when the market comes down, it stays level.
Yeah.
Let me say something real quickly. You know, I just came back from St. Thomas. We took a trip over there. I had a financial seminar that I went to over there. And coming back to Denver, it was the bumpiest ride.
Oh, I hate that.
I have ever. I mean it. This is the worst turbulence that I have ever experienced.
Been there, done
Me
that.
and my wife were holding hands because it was so. I mean, it was.
And no one on the plane
amazing.
saying boo.
No, I mean it. I mean, it was just amazing. So I begin to think about this because see, that's exactly the feeling that people get today with the stock market. Have you seen it lately?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean,
it's up,
it's
down.
so volatile.
Especially with the tariff talks. It's nuts.
And I'm telling you, right now, it's down.
Yeah.
Okay, so the key is people are losing money. We are going into a very turbulent economy right now. The market worked in the past, may not be working as well today, may work in the future, but do you have the time? That is the whole idea. Do you have time for the market to recover?
The other thing is you do participate in the upside with the products you sell. You just don't participate in the downside. If the stock market's on fire in 2024, you made more money.
Absolutely.
Whatever you had invested in that annuity grew.
That is
right. It could have grown beautifully.
Absolutely.
But when you start getting into the turbulence, as you're putting it, then all of a sudden you lock in.
You're locked in. And, you know, you were talking about the guaranteed income for life.
Yeah.
You know, our annuities will give our clients a guaranteed paycheck.
It's like a pension.
Every single year for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And if they pass away unexpectedly, the whole account value, everything on that annuity goes to the beneficiary.
Yeah, everything they grew.
It's the best of both worlds, Mark. You can have potential for growth and protection against losing your money.
Do people, if someone lives to like 100, do they ever outlive? In other words, do they make so much money it's ridiculous on that because they're not dying at 80 or whatever a man is supposed to die at now? They live to 105. I mean, they definitely did better on it than someone that dies at 80.
That is right, but but it really doesn't matter because the whole account balance will go to the beneficiary.
Yeah, if you pass away.
Right, but I mean, if you live,
but people, I guess what I'm saying is, can you outlive the value? If you're guaranteed,
absolutely.
That's what I mean. If you're guaranteed a paycheck till the day you die, that account value could be zero, but you still get it.
That's right. You're still getting the paycheck. See, that's security. And that's what really people need in today's economy. They want to have security for life.
Well, it's nice having that. I mean, I like participating in big gains, which also comes with big losses. Right. But at the same time, it's nice having something that no matter what, you're going to be getting each month.
Yeah, just let me say this real quick.
And then hold on, though, because we didn't talk about the long-term care part of it. That part's pretty amazing because that doubles it. So let's take a number you gave me. I think we were talking $500,000 at age 50. If I retired right around 70, it was about $8,000 a month, and I get that forever.
Forever.
Yeah, but if all of a sudden I can't cook for myself and I can't shower, isn't it two things?
Yeah, 2 out of the 6 activities of daily living.
Yeah, 2
walking,
out of the 6.
Dressing, bathing, holding your bladder.
It doubles.
Yeah, it doubles.
Then I get $16,000.
For the rest of your life.
For the rest of my life. And what's crazy about that is looking at long-term, because my parents' age, long-term facilities, they're in Florida. And they're a little cheaper than here in Colorado. In Colorado, they're over $10,000 a month.
That's right.
I mean, for a decent one. I mean, we're not talking a Section 8 kind of place.
No.
We're talking a real place. And we're not talking the best either. But in Florida, they're about $8,000.
Yeah.
And think about that. You have $16,000 in that scenario now. $10,000 to pay whatever you need in a facility or bring people into your house every day, however you want to do it. And then on top of that, that once again, like you said, it's till the day you die, once it's implemented.
Right. I mean, that's is the best of both worlds, Mark. I don't understand why people, why they're not looking to have a portion of their portfolio into a guaranteed account.
Especially your younger, your son ran a number for me that was crazy. You guys sold, I think it was a 20-year-old, a $10,000 annuity.
Right.
Was that age right?
I
18?
think so. Yeah.
Listen to this. When that kid, imagine if that's your grandson right now. When that kid retires, it's 65 or 70, whatever number we ran, $10,000 now. Okay? When he retires, how much did he have? Do you even remember?
I don't really
recall. Over $1 million.
Right. Yeah.
Over $1 million for a $10,000 investment.
That's because you have time, right?
Well, of course.
Yeah, that is the whole idea.
There's people like Deputy Doc. You got an annuity that turned on almost immediately, like in 30 days.
Exactly.
It's called an immediate annuity, right?
Excuse me?
It's called an immediate annuity.
Right.
And yours actually goes up each year if the cost of living goes up.
Well, the deal is it's tagged to the stock market.
Got it.
So on my anniversary date, if the stock market has gone up a certain amount, it's increased. If the stock market has gone down, I'm guaranteed a 3% cost of living increase.
No matter what.
No matter what.
So your payment, of course, never goes down.
I started out at $1,300.
And you did it, and I just want to ask you this, Doc, for real. You did it. I'm not going to use real numbers, but let's say $500,000. Instead of having $500,000 in the bank, you wanted to make sure no matter what, you have a check coming in that can cover your mortgage, cover your living, cover everything. So you gave up that liquidity for literally having that guaranteed money.
And I'd say it went from $1,300 originally to $2,000 now.
So now you're $2,000.
I'm at $2,000 a month instead of $1,300 a month.
Wow, that's insane.
So that brings to the point. We're going to be having a webinar.
Yeah.
On June 17th. Okay. And it's going to be called "Don't Worry, Retire Happy." And the whole idea behind this book.
Hold on, I got a break, and then we're going to give that info out over this. We got some open lines: 303-713-8255. I want to hear from you.
Can I see the book, Joe?
Sure. This is by Tom Hagner, which is a.
Oh, I thought you wrote it.
No. This is something that I went to the meeting in St. Thomas, and it's an amazing book. I mean, it tells you everything as to what makes happiness at retirement. You know, what you got, Doug, is exactly what he's talking about. You got the security.
Yeah, it would actually.
You know, that no matter what, you're going to have that paycheck coming in.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Each and every month.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. And well, that is right.
Did you get the documents?
I'll check.
No, thank you again. You know, you were talking about the disclaimer on the ATM machines.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. You know, we were talking some retirement stuff there with Joe, but check this out. Another great vehicle for retirement, a reverse mortgage. And the guys at CMG, John Place, I talk about these guys, no middlemen. They're the direct lender. These guys do so many reverse mortgages, and they do it at a better price than anybody out there. They also do traditional loans. They got a product called the All-in-One. That's a 30-year line of credit on your house. They have incredible rates. They do over $2 billion in loans. A direct lender. Check out John Clace and CMG, 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, or partnerinlending.com. The Art of Granite did such a great bang-up job at our house. They have done 2 bathrooms, a master bathroom, a laundry room, and part of our kitchen. The countertops are beautiful. They have new cabinets if you want, new sinks, or maybe you want to reuse all that stuff, use those cabinets, and just get granite countertops or quartz. They have it all. And right now, I love this. If you get the kitchen done, you get a bathroom done for free. Only at The Art of Granite. Mitch Fullery is a great guy. TheArtofGranite.com.
I was going to say that that disclaimer really, I'm glad that that bill is put into effect, because that disclaimer is actually really good, because we see those disclaimers all the time, similar disclaimers with securities. You know, like this account is not guaranteed.
Right.
Okay, I mean, because it deals with the stock market.
Yeah.
This account is not guaranteed. With our annuity, there's no such thing like that. It's a guaranteed annuity. Exactly. See, that's the beautiful thing. That's what, and people should have a little bit of security, guarantees, when they're going into retirement. You know, not all their money, but I mean, at least part of it.
No, that's why I did that.
Yeah. See, there you go.
To me, where it doesn't make sense, well, I'll say this on air, but where an annuity wouldn't make sense is if you're 80 years old and you want to pony up $100,000 for an annuity, chances of you, and let's say that payment's only $700 a month, you're not going to, the chances of you outliving that $100,000 is crazy. I realize your offspring get it, but they'd be better than just feeding. So I think it all comes down to the age, too.
Yeah, because some people, we got couples that are married and one of them is older than
that's a different
wife,
scenario.
And the key is, you know, they can have a joint annuitant, meaning that the first one dies, that second wife will get the whole payout on a monthly basis or a yearly basis. So,
did I see something from Avant and Christine?
Yeah, just on time.
What time?
4:30.
Oh, wow, okay. I might be able to mow for a little bit then, if it didn't rain. I started some tractor tire tracks yesterday. Yesterday was my switchover day, man. I got to pull the bus out. And the reason I got to pull the bus out is I got to be able to get the trailer out. Trailer sits on the side. Long story, but I got to pull the bus out.
Yeah.
Then I got to hand move my trailer, then hook the trailer up to our Santa Fe, drag the trailer to its summer house, drop it. Then I pull in my tractor, big one, and I dropped the snow plow, which is huge, or snow thrower, and then I got to put on the mower deck and then the scoop on the front, and then basically back the bus back in, and now I'm set up for summer. I keep the trailer in the garage for winter.
Well, you're pretty organized, Mark. You'll be able to do all that.
I did. That's like 5 hours yesterday.
I can imagine. Yeah.
The first few years, swapping that damn tractor over. There was one year, I swear to God, it took me 6 hours. And when I figured out what I was doing wrong, I just wanted to run my head into one of the steel beams. It's more of a pain in the ass going from summer to winter, though.
Really?
The mower deck I can drop on and off in a matter of 30 seconds once the snow plows off.
That's nice.
Yeah, well, getting that snow off, that's the time.
Yeah.
And then putting it on is even longer. Thanks.
So let's do the ad. You know what I mean? Let's do the spot. And if it's going to be the
send me what you want me to say.
I did already. I texted you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now. All the bullets are there.
So a 30, and then you want to start running it right? You want to replace everything?
No, I don't.
What do you want to do with it?
Well, just tell me how much more would I be expecting to pay?
Well, I wouldn't do it. When's the webinar? On a Saturday?
17. That's on a Tuesday.
All right, 303-713-8255. I know people are going, annuities are boring. Honestly, they're a big part of retirement these days. In fact, JR's got a question on annuities. Go ahead, JR.
I got a question for you, Mark. I listen to you guys all the time. I'm sitting at just cash. It's just a savings account at U.S. Bank at $224,000. I'm getting a little under 3.5%. So it's around $600 a month. But with this annuity he's talking about, if I want to pull my money, can I pull it, or can I?
You can borrow. You could borrow up to 10% each year. So at $200,000 and whatever, you could borrow $20,000 plus a year, but you don't have to pay it back. You can pull out 10% each year.
Okay, now what if I die? Because I'm getting close to 70. What if I die?
Yeah.
What if I kick the bucket?
All the money goes to whoever your beneficiary is, your kids, your wife, whoever it's set up. The total account value. But I want to say something a little different, and I'm going to let Joe chime in. You're crazy where your money is right now. If you want it just to sit and be liquid, you can open up a free Schwab account, and they have a 7-day yield called SWVXX. It's called their Schwab Prime Advantage Money Fund, and it's around 5%, and that can be liquid within 1 day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
That's only 5% growth, but that can be liquid in 1 day. That's better than all the online banks, and there's some other stuff like that out there. But for the kind of money you're talking, at 70 years old, I mean, you just have to crunch the numbers. Joe, I mean, here's the bottom line. He's 70. He's got 200 and whatever. Whether he wanted to do 100,000 and turn that into guaranteed, or 200,000, whatever he wants to do, you can literally punch the numbers.
Oh, absolutely, JR. Now, let me ask you this. I mean, do you need money right now for retirement?
Well, I'm making $3,400 a month Social Security, and I still work for Costco. I've been working at Costco for
nice,
wonderful. Well, this annuity would probably be a fantastic vehicle for you because it will grow when the stock market grows. Okay, nothing to do with the stock market.
And you can turn it on whenever you want.
You can turn the income on beginning the second year, and you get a guaranteed lifetime income. JR,
there's something else called staggering, which is interesting. There's people that have 2 or 3 annuities. So instead of having one, because once you turn that income stream on, it basically calculates how much you're going to get a month, and you're going to get that till the day you die. So some people, like in your case, you have $3,400 from one income, Social Security, and you're still working. Well, when you quit working, you might want to just get that part-time income replenished, where let's say you had an annuity for $100,000, you could turn that on after a few years, whenever you retire from Costco, and then that would most likely cover whatever you were missing from Costco, and then the other one could sit there liquid in a Schwab account, or you could have another annuity to where if you wanted more money per month down the road, you let that one keep growing until you need that. But to answer your original question, then I got a break, then we'll see if you have any other questions. Your original question was basically what happens to the money. Well, the entire value of the account, including the bonus, if you get one that's got like a 15% bonus, everything goes directly to your offspring or to your beneficiaries, the way to put it. Hold on.
Hey, Suze, I thought I had to turn it off.
You should just turn it off before every show.
I went way too long on the last one. That's why I had to do that, Joe.
No. Can I get the name of the guy and telephone number so I can follow up with him?
If he's still on, he might have dropped. I don't know.
No, he's still there.
If not, he's listening. I'll tell him to call you.
Yeah.
Scam on express lanes. Is Jordan coming in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way it is all the time. I mean, I've been hearing about that all the time. I don't travel on that express lane.
Oh, yeah.
I would never go there.
That's so funny what you're thinking. You know what I was thinking was grocery store. I wasn't thinking. You're right.
You're talking about
I
the
bet I'm wrong.
C470. I hate that. Yeah.
All right, let me tell you about the Art of Granite. Man, I love these guys. Here's what I love about the Art of Granite. You can get the most beautiful countertops. Use your existing cabinets if they're in good shape, and you're going to be so happy. Mitch Floria charges for the installation and the fabrication. They don't charge, they don't mark up the quartz or the marble or the granite. They simply don't mark it up. And you can get a price right over the phone. Only at the Art of Granite. We've personally used them so many times. So happy. Check them out, theartofgranite.com. And right now, if you do the kitchen, you get the bath for free. Theartofgranite.com. CMG Financial, I'm going to stress it, they are the lender. They're a direct lender. They have the money. They do over $2 billion a month. Sometimes $3 billion a month in loans. They do reverse mortgages. They'll save you a ton of money. They do 20, 30-year traditional mortgages. They can do cash outs. They can do a 30-year line of credit. They do it all. And there's no middlemen marking up anything. Check out my buddy John Clace at partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
So what concert are you going to see?
Coldplay.
Coldplay.
Where are they performing, Suze?
Allegiant. You got great seats. I'm really excited.
The one I want to see would be a concert by John Foster. He's American Idol. Oh, the runner-up. You know, it's a young kid.
Is he this year's or?
This year's, yeah.
Really?
He was a runner-up. I mean, he's
American Idol, John
Foster. I mean, he sounds almost like George Strait.
That's awesome.
You know who I picked out on there? I swear to God, Suzanne can vouch for me. On there, before the show even gets rolling,
right,
they show the interviews. Have you ever seen the interviews?
No.
So they'll walk in and they get picked to be part of the show. Okay? So they walk in, Carrie Underwood. I picked from the very beginning on her interview that she would win that year, and she won.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. You see it?
I saw him, yes. Yes.
We just saw a great country show.
Which
George Strait.
Oh my gosh, I love him.
Stapleton. And it wasn't Little Big Town. Who did we see?
Little Big Town.
It was Little Big Town.
Where was he, in Las
it
Vegas?
was going to be Jelly Roll.
Jelly roll.
He's popular, man. Jelly Roll.
Oh yeah, he is very popular. I mean, he rose.
Bo, you're a fake Catholic.
Yeah. Was a Catholic. It's a long story.
You're a fake Catholic?
He got kicked out of Notre Dame. Did you see his head turn?
Jesus.
Why, you a Catholic?
I am a Catholic.
Oh, I got my ass kicked out.
Oh my God. Why?
My kids even went to school there. Actually, my wife kind of helped get me kicked out, too. It's a long story, but it's about they wanted me to get remarried because my kids were going to school there. So it's like they didn't recognize my marriage before.
Right.
Because I got married Presbyterian. So I said, why do I need to get remarried again? I was already remarried once. And they said, well, you were never married. So then I got really pissed off at that.
That's why they...
And in a nutshell, then they asked me to leave, and they asked my kids to leave.
What do you think of the new Pope?
You know, I don't know that much about him, you know, but I mean,
I like the fact he's American.
He seems pretty personable, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He doesn't seem hard left or hard right.
No, he's pretty neutral.
I think he got elected because he could speak 5 languages, so he could really probably communicate.
Could be.
You got to be smart.
Yeah, he's a short. And I would never think in my lifetime they would pick an American pope because we're such a young country.
I would have loved to see the betting lines on it, and I guarantee there are some somewhere.
The betting lines.
I bet you there is betting lines.
What's the lines at Vegas on Pope?
No, it wouldn't be in Vegas, but.
No, and he wasn't the front runner. He was a Philippine guy, and he wasn't even in the top 5.
I'm looking right now. I bet you there was betting lines.
Just an Americans. And they don't like America.
Yeah, there's tons of them. Kalshi reported nearly 6.7 million bets on the recent Papal conclave.
Oh, wow.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, join us on YouTube. You can find us at, if you go to YouTube, type in Troubleshooter Network, and there's a show behind the show. I don't know how the conversation came up, but we were talking about the new Pope. We were all kind of surprised that the new Pope was from the United States. I mean, that's crazy. And I was looking for the odds. Sure enough, Kalshi, 6.7 million in bets on the recent conclave. Polymarket, a cryptocurrency-based betting platform, 18 million on that same event. So right there, that's just 2 of them, guys, 24 million. It's not saying, like, I'd like to know.
What are the odds?
Yeah, I would have liked to know what the odds are. On Polymarket, I've watched elections before, like the Trump election. It pays like Trump could be 100, for each 100, you would get 150, and Kamala at the time, for each 100, you would only get 50. I mean, that's kind of how they do it. Yeah, they do it a little different than like 10 to 1 or whatever. It's more like I guess like a not even like a baseball game. More like a hockey game, actually. Now, Joe, I want to finish up on these annuities, and we've got a big one coming up. This poor guy is dealing with a lot of people. Larry's got an issue with express lanes. The good news, Larry, is we've got a contact now that is pretty amazing, but I don't know exactly what your problem is, but you're next up. And then 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. Now, Joe, the seminar you have coming up, and by the way, I don't even know if we talked about the 15% bonus. Right. So when that guy called up, this is something that's crazy too. On one of the products you sell, if you have 100,000 right now, on day 1, it's worth and grows as if it was 115,000.
That is right.
And if it's $1 million, it's 1,150,000. So that money you start gaining on if the stock market's doing good. You literally grow that all the time. And it never goes down as well.
That's right. It's almost like getting a 15% rate of return year 1.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Well, it's crazy. So that's yours, your account value, but you can't actually take that out, even though it grows for 5 years, 10 years?
Right, 10 is vested over 10 years.
Then it's yours.
That is right.
But it's yours in the sense that it's growing along with all you get all the benefit of that money. You simply got to be at that particular product 10 years. And here's the difference. There's other people out there you might see on TV that have annuities that say, oh, we got a 30-year bonus. Well, the problem is they are a 30% bonus.
Right.
The problem is it doesn't start growing from day one, and you might not have anything for 20 years. Then at 20 years, you do have the value of that 30,000, but that's all you have is that 30,000. It didn't grow for the last 20 years. That's where all the damn money is.
That's right. So that's the big difference.
When is this? What is the seminar called, and where do people sign up?
It's not a seminar; it's a webinar. Okay, they can just
so they can ask questions.
That's right. And they can just give us a call to register.
Okay.
At 303-779-6600, or they can go to mymoneymyway.com.
That's easiest. Mymoneymyway.com.
And I tell you what, it's a 40-minute, educational seminar.
But it's going to have a full Q&A.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Will you be able to run actual numbers for people?
Yes. Good. And also, we're going to be talking about Social Security. We're going to be talking about annuities, about how to retire happy and not worry. Yeah. That's the whole idea. People
it's free. Listen, education, no matter what. If you've ever been curious about annuities, that's it. There's no obligation. It's a webinar. You don't even have to talk. You can just watch. I mean, there's a million ways to participate or just watch for the education. But these guys, mymoneymyway.com, great guys, 303-779-6600. Coming back, we're going to be talking possible scam on an express lane. And I've got two lines open, 303 Martino. I want to hear from you. Everybody hold tight.
There's a new scam going on about...
A new scam?
About the DMV with...
All right, I heard that.
Did you get it?
DMV with what?
With tickets. It says that blah, 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 that you have an outstanding ticket, and if you don't send money to them, they're going to report you to the DMV, suspend your license, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, jeez.
But the thing is, if you look at where it comes from, first of all, the phone number it was sent from is +63 910 blah, blah, blah.
Well, that should give you a clue.
Exactly. And I'm going to do this now. I'm going to click on to see how to pay.
Okay, Jordan's at the door.
Oh, okay.
I'll get him. Is he down at the lower level?
He's probably on the fourth floor.
Have you met him before?
Oh, I know him.
Okay.
Yeah.
My buzzers, my card's taped to my notebook, so I never lose it.
Who's the attorney that's handling the express lane debacle?
I forget his name. Mark might know it.
I'm glad he's doing that. I think that is a rip-off. I would never
Isn't he doing
drive on the
class action?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's good. I'm glad. I hope he does.
How's Kim?
Excellent. She told me to tell you hi,
Tell her I said
and that we need to get together again.
Oh, yes.
I mean, really, we got to go out to dinner. There's a new taco place
Okay.
right on Main Street. It's called Ben Solanos or something like that. It's a brand new one, okay?
In Parker?
Yeah, it's on Main Street in Parker. They have a satellite restaurant in Centennial. But, I mean, it's been packed. I mean, it's absolutely out of this world.
Ooh.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Some ages, Jerome.
What?
Bo's going to give you some ages, Jerome.
No, he has it right there.
It's for you.
Yes.
No, it's for you.
Yeah.
That's what he says. That's funny.
Yeah, you can.
No, that's for the. No. He wants to become. He wants a life insurance.
Okay.
Well, we'll see you later.
Have Kim text me. We'll set something up.
Be careful going to Las Vegas.
Yes, thank you.
Enjoy it.
Enjoy your
Good to see you
afternoon.
again. Good to see you again.
You too. Mr. Joe, yeah. And then, so we got the 18 coming in, right?
18 is coming in.
18, that's right. There you go.
And she will run over become the banker.
Just call me. I got my kids' birthdays. And
Perfect. Is your number on here?
No.
Yeah, all right. Let's
You
do
have to
it.
use smoke signals to get hold of me.
Yeah.
So when are you going to Vegas, Suzanne?
Tomorrow.
Let's see.
When are you coming back by
All right,
Monday?
Joe.
We'll be back Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go have a fish lunch sometime. I bet you know where you get the
Let's
big
do that. Let's not have any monkey brains.
I love
How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you, John?
Good. I think I parked next to the car. It's looking nice.
Oh, the new one. Did
Yeah.
you see that?
I did. You reversed in and everything.
That was all Mark today. But yeah, it's so easy with the camera.
Yeah, it's nice.
Have you seen those Falcon doors? They're so cool.
Oh, yeah. Have you tried them? I guess you can do it in garages, right? And it like stops or something.
Yeah,
in
they
cars.
do. Yeah.
That's sweet. Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be
Loving
fun.
that thing.
That's awesome. And the trip was good? Because the last time I talked, you guys were going, this was last month, I think, so you guys are going to Knoxville.
Probably headed to
or Nashville.
for
Nashville,
Metallica.
yeah.
It was so much fun. Now we're headed to Vegas tomorrow for a Coldplay.
Oh, gosh, that's awesome. Are you seeing it somewhere special? Because they're coming here. I've been looking at tickets. They're kind of crazy at the Ball Arena or Invesco?
No, we have these, they're called luge seating at Allegiant. So
Okay.
it includes food, they're reclining seats, they're like real spacious, private area, that kind of thing. So we decided to see them there rather than here. Oh, I saw them. Are you familiar with their album?
Yes, yeah.
So I saw
It's been a
them
while, though.
coming off of Viva La Vida.
Oh, okay. But that's a good one.
And then they came to Denver since then, but I had a concert in my favorite band's The Killers.
Oh, heck yeah. That's a good one,
so
too.
I had something up in the mountains the next day, so
I
just
gotcha.
couldn't do
both. No.
So I'm really excited. Have you ever seen them?
I haven't. That's what my girlfriend and I were looking at them. And they just look like it. I mean, that'd be the one that I would spend the money on just because it looks like it's just a fun one.
They put on
Stars,
such
in the, stars in the sky. You know, they do
Yeah.
all that, and everybody sees the pictures online about that with
But
everybody raising the
Jordan,
phones.
go to that. Yeah, go to the gametime.co.
Okay.
Usually in a few days, even day up.
Yeah.
Get some screaming
GameTime.co. I'm gonna make a
people
note.
that can't make it because
Yes.
they're sick, something came up.
I'm putting that in right now.
And man, you can get some good seats for reasonable price.
Perfect.
So
I'm gonna do that for sure. Because
let me know
yeah,
if you end up going.
I will. Because that one we wanted to see. We're gonna see. I don't know if you're familiar. He's like a pianist. His name's Ben Folds. My girlfriend loves him a lot. So it's kind of like a rock pianist kind of thing. So we'll go see him. She likes this other band called AJR, which
I love AJR.
No, you don't. You know who they are?
love
Okay.
them.
So we've
In
seen them a
fact,
few times. So
Aren't they
she's-
coming to Fiddlers?
Yes,
or
they are.
whatever you call
Yes,
it now?
Fiddlers. I
Are
call
you guys
Fiddlers.
going?
We are going to probably go to that one. So yeah.
I love those guys.
Yes, she's on.
If I drag Mark or daughter to that, I'll text
Please
you
let me
and
know.
we'll hit you up for a drink or
She's a
something.
huge fan of them. So, oh yeah, she's.
I just discovered them last year.
I don't know
They're called
AJR.
AJR.
Yeah, they're kind of
Total
like indie
liberals.
rock. Yeah, probably yes.
Total
they are.
liberals.
They are, but she's being from Chicago. I don't know if she found them out there or what, but we went last.
So you're dating
year.
a liberal.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're three Jewish brothers.
Yes.
Yes, they're so. They're
and they do a
so
pretty good
talented.
show. Like we did last
Did
time.
you
I saw
see
them at
them-
Pepsi Center, and they
Did
had
you
like.
see them last year?
I think it was
For
last
the
year, and
Baby Man or whatever.
I think so.
or
Yes,
something like
yes.
that,
And then they
yeah.
had like these huge floats in their like show,
cool.
and they do really cool stuff. So
Yeah.
that was my first time finding out about them was from her, and she's just diehard fan. And so
I've watched
she's got
them
all
a
the
lot
shirts
live
and
on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
They're good.
Yeah, she's all about them. So we're gonna go see them, and then we saw them. She likes them so much. We saw them twice last year at the same place. So that's
So
how much
cool.
she's diehard.
Yeah, I
fan.
saw they're coming to whatever they call it.
Yeah, I call it Fiddlers too. I call it Fiddlers.
Okay, so you like AJR? Wow.
Yeah.
Mark says they sound like kids. Like it sounds like kid music or something.
Kind of like
It
yeah.
does.
Well, it does.
Sounds like. Well, it's just all the liberal shit that drives me nuts.
Yeah, well, and she likes that. She's gotten into the Benson Boone thing, but now she doesn't like Benson Boone.
They wanted Kamala to win.
Yeah.
Who the hell wanted Kamala to win? I mean, like for real.
Oh man. Oh, but
I guess case 13. She goes, I like AJR too.
I know.
Oh, there you go.
I know because a case has taste in music.
Not only does she has taste, she also has timeout.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark,
well,
so
that's
this,
good. I'm glad you guys
this
loved that
traffic
concert. That was a
ticket
good
thing,
one.
is
on your trip.
nationwide. I'm getting reports from multiple states.
Do they have anybody else with them?
With the
or
same.
just them?
That's crazy.
Pantera.
So let me warn people about it.
Heck yes. Okay.
Ice Nine Kills.
Yeah, yeah.
You've
But
never heard of
Limp
that.
Bizkit and
Yeah, it was that was just a fun trip in general. We had a big group of us. So that was funner to me than the actual concert.
I'll
itself.
believe it.
All right, here we go.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions. We're here to take complaints. In fact, to the tune of over $300 million we've recovered from this show over almost a 50-year stretch just in Denver. Tommy Boy started it, and it's incredible. There's no other show like this anywhere that I know of where you can call up
350.
When you can call up about a bad contractor, you can call up about a bad mechanic, a bad landlord, and actually get real help for free. There's a lot of things out there. What are you going to call an attorney over $1,000 when they want a $3,000 retainer? Think about it. We get directly involved. We've recouped so much money. We've exposed so many bad guys. It's crazy. In fact, check out sleazebrigade.com one of these days. They're the worst of the worst. We're not talking little mistakes or people that do a bad job. We're talking crooks. We're talking bad people, federal prison kind of people. But that's what we do. I got 3 lines open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. By the way, this hour is brought to you by OneClearChoiceDoors.com. You know, Chappie's the owner. He's a Marine, and he runs the show very well. If he says they're going to be on time, they're going to be there. They've got stores up and down the Front Range where you can go check out all the different doors they can sell you, all the different brands. Their pricing is great. They can do a tune-up on your door if you haven't had that done. They can go install a new opener. I've gotten a couple openers from them over the years at different houses, and they're very aggressive on pricing. They have great pricing. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. I know there's one in Castle Rock, Des Springs. I'm pretty sure there's one even all the way in Fort Collins, but up and down the Front Range. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Now, Larry says he's got an issue. Larry, what is going on? I'm dying to know what's going on with all I see on the screen is possible scam express lanes. What happened?
Well, it's not a possible. It is a scam. The motor vehicle department is aware of this. It's kind of rampant right now, and I don't know if it's just Colorado or other states, but this is what happened. So approximately a year ago, I crossed over the double white line trying to get to the Pepsi Center coming from the Greeley.
Yep.
I got a ticket. I didn't pay it. I didn't think it was processable, if that's the word. I don't think
processable.
they have the
Guy sounds like me. That I get what you're saying. That's a word if you ask me. It's processable.
Yeah. So I didn't think they could hold you liable for these.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a traffic cam, sort of thing.
Yeah, so... let me explain.
Let it go.
Hold on, Larry. You said a mouthful there. I want people to kind of understand how it works. So when we talk about a municipality like Greenwood Village, and I use that just because I used to get tickets from them for basically running a red light, like weekly. I mean, I had so many of them. I used to have, trash basketball games using their tickets. Well, those tickets are nothing more than, hey, please pay this. If they didn't serve you back in the day, you didn't have to go to court. You didn't have to do anything. You could literally throw them away, and there wasn't a damn thing that could be done. Now, you thought the double lines were like that. Double lines are a lot different. Double lines are a traffic infraction. When you cross that double line, the infraction they give you in the state of Colorado is absurd. The infraction they give you is for not paying a toll. It's for toll evasion. The problem with that is a lot of people exit. So they did pay the toll, and then they exit because they have to get to wherever they're going. And I don't know, maybe they should have saw something before or after. I don't know. But when you're in a rush and there's traffic and you want to get somewhere, you get in the express lane, you pay all the tolls, then you exit over the double line, and then they hit you with a $75 fine you have to pay within 30 days, or it turns into $150. But the problem is what the infraction is. And I don't have the CRC in front of me, but the infraction is failure to pay your toll. Or it's something to do with not paying the toll. I forget the exact name of it. I think it is toll evasion. But the bottom line is this. If you ended up paying the toll, to me it is a total scam. And we know an attorney that fought it all the way through Douglas County and ended up winning in front of a judge that should not be it, because he proved he did pay the toll. When you get into that lane, it automatically bills you by license plate, or it bills you by, what are they called? Not a receiver,
like fob.
A fob, whatever you put in your window. It either bills you by that or it bills you by the license plate. And he proved to the judge he paid it. So he said, how the hell was I avoiding a toll? I paid the toll. So they're using the wrong infraction for the double lines. So what happened in your case?
Well, so we never paid it. We got
now it's $8 million.
Well, not quite. 7.5, but who's counting at that level? So we never paid it. We got some snail mail things saying it's going up, it's going up. So that was a year ago. So my wife was going to.
Damn, you're hard headed. How many years ago did you get this?
Oh, it was just a year ago.
Okay.
It was. I was headed down to the draft party at the Empire Field, and I was running late, and I crossed over, so whatever. Anyway, so all this time goes by. My wife's going out to make an appointment, motor vehicles, the other day to get new handicap stick placards for the car.
And you can't get them.
Well, she got them eventually without any problem, without even scheduling an appointment. She just walked in. Oh, yeah, we don't need an appointment for that. You can just do it. It took her 5 minutes. 2 days later. But when she applied for that appointment, she had to give them a phone number. She gets a text message from and it was,
collection agency?
No, it wasn't a collection. I don't know what it was. Let me see. She sent this to me. She gets this text message all about suspending your vehicle registration, suspending your privileges, transfer to a toll booth and charge a 35% service fee. You may be prosecuted and your credit score may be affected. Please pay immediately, blah, blah, blah. She's about ready. She calls me on the carpet because I was the guilty party. I was driving the vehicle. So her name's on the license plate first. That's why. Anyway, she gets this text message, and I said, well, just a second before you or I pay this, let me see what this number's about. This number is a 406-387-8805. That number comes from, where it is.
Well, let me just say a couple.
Hungry Horse, Montana. That's where that number originated from.
Yeah, well, let me say a couple things here. One, in Colorado, specifically on E470 and CDOT express lanes, like what you're talking about, unpaid tolls, fees, and civil penalties can definitely 100% lead to a hold being put on your vehicle registration. Now, whether or not someone's trying to fish and scam because they know the law, but they want to get paid instead of CDOT, I don't know. I don't know who's at that number. But I can tell you that can affect your ability to renew your registration.
Well, I did traded out that vehicle that I was driving at that time.
Yeah.
And got a different vehicle. I haven't registered it yet. I just got temporary tagged. But I got a similar text message, and I swear it's from a foreign country.
Yeah. They probably are. There's a lot of scams out there. In fact, Doc, you were telling me over the break, you were reading one that you say is now nationwide.
Absolutely.
People are getting in a text form.
They're getting a text that says their driver's license reports that there's an unpaid parking ticket, and if they don't pay this certain place, that they're going to do a whole bunch of things like suspend their license, et cetera, and if you notice where it comes from, the phone number on the top is a plus 63, blah, blah, blah. So if you see a plus 63, you know it's from out of the country.
And there's probably lots of them that are scams, not just that one, though.
No, but that one is now going nationwide.
Does yours say that plus 63 or no?
Well, my wife's did not. It came from 406, like I say, which is bum. What do you want to call it? Egypt, Montana. But I did get the same thing.
BFM.
Your other gentleman was just talking about. It comes plus 63 939 499.
That one's definitely that one right now for anybody listening. If you get a plus 63. Followed by whatever numbers, that is 100% a nationwide scam going on.
Or if you get a scam about an outstanding parking violation or ticket, it's a scam.
Yeah, you got to really just go figure it out yourself if it's real or not. But I want to reemphasize, and I'm reading this right from CDOT, basically. In Colorado, specifically E470 in CDOT express lanes, unpaid tolls, fees, and civil penalties can lead to a hold being placed on your vehicle registration, preventing renewal. So I just want everybody to know that is a real thing. But it doesn't sound like it's coming from them in this case. It's kind of ironic that after she went down there to get her handicap placard or whatever she was getting and gave a phone number that you started getting it. That's kind of crazy.
Well, she actually got it. So she called on Monday to see about getting these new handicap placards. And then
how much do you owe now, out of curiosity? What's the total?
Oh, I don't know. They were wanting to collect like $250, $300.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Because you sold the vehicle. I wonder how that works. I mean, if it was registered under your wife's name, that might haunt her. But, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, it's registered under both of our names, though her name is, we've always placed the opposite person that is mainly the driver of that vehicle. We've always placed the opposite spouse first.
Why?
And it helped us back in the old days when we get those photo radar things and you could dispute it.
You are a scofflaw, my friend. You are the definition of a scofflaw. Hold on, I got to take this break. If you want to pick it up after that, we can. 303-713-8255. Lisa's got a problem with flooding a condo. That sucks. We've handled a lot of those over the years. Everybody hold tight. We'll be right back.
Oh, no, you're okay. Thank
you. Did you update Zero Res? Do we know?
No one sent me.
Okay.
No one sent me anything.
Okay.
Mark, during the show, I want to talk about a case I'm working on with the flooding issue in an apartment management company I'm having difficult with.
All right, my friends, let's talk about a company that I have actually used, and it's really not a company, it's a law firm. His name is John Fuller Law, and he's the best personal injury attorney I can think of. Both times this guy got his policy limits, the exact amount of insurance that they had. We got every penny of it. He walked us through the case. He negotiated bills down to put more money in. And probably the most important is he helped us maximize it. He told us what to do, what not to do. And it's just incredible. He's like the coach of the team that leads you through a case. And some of these cases can be life-changing. And by the way, John says never, ever talk to the other insurance company. They're going to trick you. You call John Fuller, 303-597-4500. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. 4500. Vestera Investments. These guys help you become a landlord with almost no experience. They know what property to buy because they know up-and-coming areas in the country. They have a great group of property managers to make sure you have the right tenant in there that's going to pay you. You collect the rent, you cash flow as the house appreciates. A year or two from now, you sell the house, you make the big bucks. We have got listeners making 40 to 50% annual returns with Barry Miller and Vestera Instruments. Check them out. Investments. Check them out at VesteraTurnkey.com. That's VesteraTurnkey.com. Now, let's talk about Zero Res. Right now, check this out, up to 20% off all of their services. And, of course, Zero Res are the guys with ZR water. High alkaline, super soft, purified water. And by the way, that's one of the best cleaning agents in nature. When they've been out to our house, we are so happy. One, the carpets are clean, most important. But two, it dries so quick compared to other people we've had out there. And none of that wicking happens. We didn't have stains pop back up in 3 or 4 days. These guys not only have no soaps or emulsifiers, they get rid of all the dirt. They get rid of the dander if you got pets. And then, of course, the dust. It's safe for kids, by the way, and safe for pets. They do carpet cleaning, tile and grout cleaning, granite cleaning, area rug cleaning. They even have a new duct cleaning division that really works well. And they do commercial services. Give them a call, 20% off, 303-471-5150, 303-471-5150, or ZeroResDenver.com.
Do you remember last year when you saw them, AJR? Did they go through that whole making of the Bang 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 song? And you remember that, like breaking it down?
I don't know if I saw that, but yeah, but I know that they kind of I think is one of their fathers passed away or something, or was going through cancer. Yeah, and there was something going on, I think, and that's kind of what that tribute was like. Part of the concert, so they were kind of going over that storyline a lot. Yeah, I think he was either really sick or he had passed at that time. But I know my girlfriend would know exactly the facts, obviously. But
she must be a big fan.
Yeah, but definitely just really a cool concert to see. Let's see. Yeah, she's one of those girls. She knows the facts about all celebrities and, very watch a movie star. We watch a movie star. She's like, oh yeah, that one's married to this one, and have you seen her in this movie? And I'm like, I don't. At this point, she's got the best trivia knowledge I've ever seen. So yeah.
Have you guys been dating a long time?
Coming 2 years. We just did 2 years. I went back kind of around 2 weeks ago, Memorial Week prior. We went to Illinois to that's where she's from originally. It's a very small town, like cornfields and 800 people in the town. Everybody knows everybody. So that was kind of fun to be able to see that side of her that I just have never known. And so it was really cool just to get down there, really relaxing. And then she took me up to 3 days in Chicago because she lived there 15 years prior to here.
Okay.
She's been here for about 3 years now. So it was really nice. We could go to our old stomping grounds, some of the best restaurants, deep dish pizza.
Chicago?
Yeah.
I would love to. I mean, I've never been to Chicago. I feel like it's ruined now.
Honestly, I kind of had the same perception kind of going in that it was like something, scary, sketch, kind of that stuff. Not at all, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's a certain point, if you go too far south, I think then that's kind of where, you hear all the rap songs, all that stuff that's come from. Yeah. O-Block and all that scary stuff. But it was honestly one of the, I haven't been to a big city like that. I've never been to New York. And it was very similar to Denver, but just like 10 times the size.
10 times.
Yeah. And it was just beautiful with the river walk, they call it. I think there's like a river that goes in between all of them.
They got a great museum there too. I guess they got a World War II German
I wanted to see it.
Museum of Science.
Yeah, they had that. We did they got a shed aquarium, one of the best aquariums there.
I've been to that aquarium.
Really nice aquarium.
It's spectacular.
It's kind of sad when you compare it to any of ours, and I'm like, oh wow.
Yes, ours is like
you got
a fish
little
tank.
ponds, compared to theirs.
Did you get that DocuSign?
Nope.
But definitely would recommend it.
What does your girlfriend do?
Want me to text him?
So she works
tell me.
basically in finance, but she does
this
like
is getting
accounts receivables for different companies.
Or just call
right now she's
them,
on
or
contract.
however.
She works for It's called Avia is one of the companies. Used to work for Viking Cloud. But basically just, pay
Accounting,
that kind of stuff.
I signed the purchase agreement document.
All that stuff I hated in college.
That's the only one I've gotten. Is
definitely that.
And not the
HR,
addendum?
kind of a blended role.
I got the addendum.
That's all they needed signed.
She's like,
You're sure?
I've got the signed
beat her
disclosures. You just
online?
need a signature on the purchase agreement and addendum.
Okay, make sure you got it.
Do you use auto?
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got a couple lines open. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We also have Jordan Keano with us. I got two deputies here, Deputy Doc and Deputy Bo, sitting here, basically ready to help you go after the bad guy if you've been ripped off. 303-713-8255. Now, Lisa, this sounds really bad. I hate flooding. And then when you throw the word condo in there, it can get really bad. Was it the people above you?
Yeah, it actually was 2 condos above me, 2 different floods
Oh, my
at the same time.
Let's talk about the first one. When did it happen, and was it directly above you or above them?
So I'm on the first floor. Both of these condos are above me. It happened last September. I've been fighting it since then.
Okay.
I did get a payout from my insurance company, which was a nightmare. Liberty Insurance was the worst in the world. Finally got paid out from them.
How much?
I'm still owed $40,000.
Now, the 40,000. Hold on a second here. You said you had 2 floods, so you had 2 different claims with your own insurance?
I did it with their insurance, State Farm, because they both had State Farm. And I'm uneducated in how to do this. I would do it differently next time. However, State Farm is refusing to pay the last $7,000 of the total $47,000 claim.
Why are they
Everything's fixed. It's
Why
all
are they
done.
refusing to pay it? What is their reasoning?
There is no reason. They're just not paying it.
Okay, hold on. I got to understand, Lisa, I got to understand a few things. So in September, the first flood happened. Was that the person directly above you or above them?
They're both directly above me on the second floor.
Okay.
They kind of cross over my condo.
Perfect. So let's say, was that condo A or condo B?
Condo A had the big flood. Condo B had a smaller flood.
Okay, let's talk about let's talk about the $40,000. What is that from is that from the claim in September? Because I assume these are 2 different claims.
They're 2 different claims so that my insurance company, Liberty Mutual, could pay $40,000. I was only covered and got very bad advice to only cover $20,000 carry. $20,000 of a claim.
Okay. So you got 20,000 from your you got 20,000 from your own insurance company for both of them.
40. Because they did 2 claims.
20,000 each. So you got a total of 40,000. That's where the 40 came from.
Yes.
And you're still $7,000 out of pocket because their insurance company, State Farm, both of them, refuses to pay anything.
There you go.
And how much did you pay just on the deductibles for each of your $20,000 claims?
$500 each.
Okay, so really they owe you $7,000 plus $1,000. Is that correct, or did you already factor that in?
State Farm paid me $500 for one claim because they put it under one claim.
For both units?
My insurance put it under 2.
For both units?
Yep.
Yeah, your insurance would put it under 2. I don't know why State Farm would only put it under 1, but hold on a second. Hey, Kelly, 2 things. Brian Burns, and then if we can get Stanford on as well, I want to try to help Lisa collect this $7,000, and I've got a great idea how to do it. And then John's got an issue. So everybody hold on. We're going to get an expert on. We'll be right back.
That's terrible.
Yeah, no, I met her I don't do. I never
You just
really
met
did
her at the
online.
bar?
Yeah, I just met her.
He said, "Hey, how's it going? Let's go
Oh,
out."
she actually came up to me and
she
we were
came?
talking. And then I was leaving. I wanted to get her number. And the funny joke is that she bullied me into a kiss. She said, "You don't want to make out with me? What the heck?" And I said,
Really?
"Well, hello, yeah."
You
So,
on the first encounter?
Yeah, the first encounter, and I guess she
Wow.
said she just hadn't been out in a long time. She wanted to kiss somebody.
Did he say anything?
She wanted to
Yeah,
kiss him.
that was her thing. And she said she found me, and she said that was one of the good-looking guys she wanted, and so that was it. And she didn't believe I'd call her afterwards. I said, "I would call you."
Was that in downtown Denver?
Yeah, just down at a whiskey place called 7 Grands, kind of like an old whiskey bar down there.
Oh.
So yeah, 2 years later, here we are.
Wow. That's good, Jordan.
Yeah. It's that Midwestern girl kind of in her.
What's that?
It's that Midwestern girl. Yeah. Don't want to kiss.
Fixit 24/7. Man, do I love these guys. It doesn't matter if it's HVAC, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, drain cleaning. They do it all. And right now, free second opinions. If you got an estimate sitting in your hands for a new AC or a new furnace or a new water pump, I want you to call these guys. Make sure that the estimate you have, first of all, probably the most important, they're going to make sure you actually need to replace it. They might be able to repair it. But pricing is crazy. I've seen the same water heater. One company sells for $2,000 and another company, the same thing, installation, everything, $6,000. You have to check these prices. The guys at Fixit 24/7, free second opinions. Please take advantage of it. It doesn't cost anything. In fact, most of the time, it's going to save you the big bucks. Go to fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Now, I'm going to try to do this right. Gravina's! I think I did it pretty good. Larry would probably be proud of me. You realize Gravina's has been selling window siding, doors, sliders, entry doors for years upon years. We're talking in the 70s. Early 80s, these guys have been doing it right here in town, locally owned, locally operated. What I love is you're not beholden to one company. They have 20 different manufacturers they deal with. Maybe you've got a $5 million home in Aspen, or you got a fix and flip. They're going to have the manufacturer that's right for you, because all those manufacturers they deal with have over 50 lines of windows. They've got the window for your budget, I promise you. You got to call them up for siding, entry doors, and, of course, windows. Gravinas.com. Gravinas.com.
Now, where'd you say the Coldplay was going to be at? Is that in...
Well, we're going to Vegas, but
That's
they're
one,
playing, I'm pretty sure they're playing the big, what is it, Invesco? What do you call it now?
I call it Invesco as well, too. So
Yeah.
I'm with you. But definitely the Vegas one is where you guys go. That'll be fun. I mean, how many concerts you guys think you see a year?
It depends on the year, but I would
Events
say...
or concerts? Just concerts.
Well, I guess we could say events.
Like
yeah.
football games or just music?
Well, let's do concerts first. So you do concerts at least like 4 or 5 a year, you think?
Easily.
Easily.
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. And then football games, you get quite a bit more in there?
No, not necessarily. Usually 4, I would guess.
Yeah.
Me, at least.
Yeah.
Because I might see one with Miles where she doesn't go.
Okay.
But like last year, we did CU.
Wow, I didn't realize they were here next week
We
already.
might have done Airfare.
Coldplay.
I know, yeah.
Because I'm seeing them this weekend.
They're traveling fast. Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder how they're getting around, because he said he's no longer flying his jets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
They
didn't.
must have swam their ass over.
His girlfriend, are you guys 21 Pilot fans? We love.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so,
my
because
God.
she's a couple years older than me, so we have like and I've always kind of been like an old soul, so we have very eclectic music. So 21 Pilots,
So we saw them 3 nights in a row in Denver coming off of
Really?
They did like 4 nights.
They
and
did
we missed
Bluebird.
one.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Bluebird, Ogden, Mission, then followed.
See, I like
by
those ones that are, I say, smaller venues, because it's just like a little bit more intimate. You get a little
Big
more.
time.
Bluebird's a good one, though.
We
That's
saw
a
the
good one.
Killers at a place called the Belly Up in Aspen.
Yes, no, that is the. I've
Tiny
only
little-
okay. No, the Belly Up is one of the best venues. Like, people don't realize the big names that go in there and how it's like as big as maybe these 2 rooms put
Crazy.
together. But it is shocking how many big names go in that place. I've only been there once, but it was awesome.
We saw the Killers even. The weirdest place I think we've seen the Killers Well, the Killers we saw at Belly Up.
Yep.
And then the weirdest place, though, I think, was DU.
Really?
I found it very weird they played DU.
Huh.
Remember that? I got in early, and you wouldn't go in early.
Is that just
I paid $5 for the women's basketball game to get me into
smart man
the arena.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, I've only been to DU just recently for one of my nieces, kind of singing choir things. But do they have a big venue there? Because the one we did, they just have like the seating up top.
It wasn't that big at all.
Maybe 3,000 or 4,000.
That's an interesting one then for the Killers, though.
Yeah, that was back in 20. That was day and age, so that was back in.
John wasn't in prison. I mean, that was a long time
ago. Have you guys done Mission Ballroom yet? I have yet to go there, but everybody says it's amazing.
You sit on cement. It's weird.
I did see
they're like
the pictures for that.
Seats, but we saw 21 Pilots.
I heard it's just really good setup.
No, it's not horrible.
Yeah,
they have little bars everywhere, so if you want
breweries and bars all around.
Yeah, you don't. Well, I mean, even in the event, there was like a bar right behind us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's not easy. Like one area where you go get a drink.
Right. You can actually just kind of step around. Yeah, because what is it? The Ogden with that one, is it Ogden or Fillmore? The one that just has that one big bar in the back and you're just...
Where did we see that weird...
I think that's the Ogden, isn't it?
It might be either one. They're so similar to me when I go to them because they just have like the 2 floors.
Where did we see the whale band?
That was the Ogden.
Ogden, okay.
Yeah, I just know everybody rushes to that, and it's just like a mayhem trying to get to stand or sit or whatever, but people try to get drinks on that back bar. It's just nuts.
We saw George Thorogood last year at the Fillmore.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That was a great show. We were like front row. That guy is bad to the bone.
Yeah.
He's like 80 years old, jumping around, singing great. He was unbelievable. For his age, absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, man. That would
Actually, I don't even like saying for his age. He was just great.
He's just, badass. Yeah, I was going to say, we saw Billy Joel. They did it at Coors Field, which that's the first time I've ever seen them play any event at Coors Field.
All right, 303-713-8255. A lot happening here. I got a couple experts up. Real quick, though. This hour brought to you, and I mentioned it. I had a text on it. Free second opinion, fixmyhome.com. I promise you, you will see difference in prices now on HVAC and plumbing, like a water heater, like you've never seen before. Some company might quote you on a Carrier, for example, a new AC and furnace for $20,000, and you might find another company literally that's $12,000. The pricing is crazy. The free second opinion by fixmyhome.com is worth every bit of it. You're not high pressure. And the important part, too, and I want to emphasize this, they're going to actually make sure you need a new one. They might be able to repair it. That's why it's fixmyhome.com. But anyhow, I digress. Now, I got a couple experts on. I'm going to go to Brian Burns first. And Matt, hold tight. Hey, Brian, how are you doing, man?
Good. How about you, Mark?
I am doing very good, sir. QuoteCompass.com, by the way, is Brian's website. These guys do insurance for Suzanne and myself and Tom, pretty much, and Doc, pretty much everybody we know. And the reason we all love Compass is this. They shop us with all the companies they deal with. They're not beholden to one company. It's not like State Farm, who, by the way, we're going to be talking about, Brian. But these guys are absolutely great. If you haven't got a quote from somebody in a while, they're going to find the best coverage. They're also going to make sure that you have the proper coverage, like the Boulder fire. 98% of people were underinsured. There's people out there that don't have a house but still have a mortgage, as crazy as that sounds. So you want to make sure where property values have gone up, what that rebuild cost is. And they might be able to get you more coverage for less money. QuoteCompass.com. Now, Brian,
Can I say something about them?
What
they do that is priceless. They always, every year, they call me and check my insurance to see if they can get a better value without my asking for it.
Not just for homeowners, but for
everything.
auto. Yeah, and if you have a business, they do commercial policies. Brian, so Lisa has 2 people above her in a condo. She's on the first floor. She had 2 different flood issues from 2 different condos, but because they're kind of both above her, both of them affected her. She ended up turning it over to, I think she said Safeco. Who do you have, Lisa? Who's your insurance?
Liberty Mutual, and they're terrible.
That's why I said Safeco. That's funny. Liberty Mutual owns Safeco. But anyhow, so she turns it over to hers, but her coverage is only up to $20,000. First of all, I didn't know there's things like that. I mean, does that sound normal to you?
Well, I mean, if there's a limit on it, I would think it would have been for something like water backup.
Got it.
Or she could have a $20,000 dwelling limit. Is that what it is? She only has $20,000 of interior coverage?
Well, I don't know about that because they made her do, now it should be, in my opinion at least, it should be two different claims. One happened, then the other happened, and they're two separate apartments. So Liberty Mutual ended up paying her what she says is the max coverage she had, $20,000 per. So she got a check from them for $40,000, right, Lisa?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, now the problem is, though, State Farm, who covers both of the people above her, aren't doing anything. One of the people, State Farm actually combined. This part baffles me. Lisa, I want to clarify something. You had one flood from one neighbor, then another flood from another neighbor, right?
Correct. When they were mitigating the first flood, they found damage from the second one. And I also have an email from State Farm saying, we accept the liability for the full damage. We will take care of it. And now they're not doing it.
Okay, hold on now. But so, Brian, the first thing I want to ask you about that's baffling is when it came to subrogating and getting her deductible. That's all I'm talking about right now. They said they combined them. State Farm did. They insure both parties. They said they combined them into one claim, so they're only giving her $500. But Liberty Mutual did two different claims and charged her $1,000. Of course, $500 per incident. What do you make of that?
It's bizarre they could combine it if they're two separate losses.
Yeah.
If they happen at two different times, you're saying?
Yeah, so what she's saying is she had the main one, let's call it the main one, and while they were fixing that, they found another leak that was affecting Lisa from another apartment or another condo that happened to be insured by State Farm as well.
That would be two separate.
Well, okay, go ahead.
What if the other unit owner was a different insurance company? You know, it's not like State Farm would cover that out of the first claim. No, those are two separate claims.
It's ridiculous is what you're saying, if she's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, now, here's the bigger problem. And I've got answers, but I want to really understand where I was hoping you could kind of explain where State Farm coming from. So I'm going to push you up against the wall again. I agree they shouldn't combine them, but how the hell did they? Where in their brain did they combine them?
That makes no sense to me.
That's all I needed to hear because I couldn't wrap my head around it. Now, the second thing, her total cost to get back to good was $47,000. She had the cap of $20,000 on per, so they gave her a total of $40,000 because they looked at it as two different claims. So she got $40,000. They still owe her $7,000, and now State Farm is saying we're not going to give you anything. And according to Lisa, which I find a little hard to believe, Lisa, they're not giving you any reasoning why they're not giving you anything on either claim.
Correct.
So, I mean, Brian, what do you make of that?
So here's what I would tell you, even whenever I heard what the claim was about. In general, this isn't always the case, but in general, it is very hard to collect damages from someone because of a water claim, unless there is clear negligence. In other words, just because the pipe was in their unit and it burst, I'm making that up. I don't know if that's what happened here.
Well, let's ask her. Lisa, what do you know about the actual cause? Like, for example, did they turn the bathtub on or fill the bathtub up and it overflowed? Or did a pipe break? What do you know about it? With the exception you have water damage. We know you know that.
So from the main water damage, the lady had an old and faulty connector to her toilet that she never fixed for 12 or 14 years.
What the hell's that mean, an old faulty connector? You mean like a wax ring?
I don't know. Something that went from the toilet
like
to
one of the
wall.
old hoses.
Okay, well, there you go. Let's say that's what it was, Brian. How would you look at that?
unless you're able to show that she was advised or told she needed to replace it, that's not necessarily negligence. I will just tell you, I deal with these claims all the time. And almost always, unless there is clear negligence, your insurance is responsible for the damage that occurred. Whether it was the result of something that happened above you, that's just how it works. It's very hard to collect.
Well, if they're saying, hold on though, Brian. Yeah, that's curious you're saying that. So I realize this is a condo situation, but if they have something that old, I mean, like a 30-year-old pipe that's been leaking for 30 years, I mean, shouldn't they have freaking known?
Well, and that's the question. I mean, you would have to take that to court to prove that, hey, this is negligence. They should have known. Who knows how long they've owned the unit? You can just see where it can get difficult to prove negligence. And so in most cases, the insurance companies
let's talk negligence real quick. Let's say it's a house like in Highlands Ranch and there's two homes. And my sprinkler, or let's say I got a water feature, and I've got to add water to my water feature occasionally because of evaporation. And I put the hose in and I turn it on, and I actually leave on vacation, forget the hoses on, and it floods into the neighbor's house. I assume my insurance is going to cover that neighbor?
Well, your neighbor's insurance probably, if they had flood insurance, would cover theirs and then maybe try to subrogate. But yeah, I think that would be evidence of some negligence there because you were the one that turned on the water. You walked away. That's pretty negligent. So I think that would be a pretty good case to go for.
But a pipe in the wall that no one knows about. Exactly. I get where you're coming from. But if we're talking something, okay, and no matter what, it's got to end up in front of a judge. So hold on now.
Right.
Now I want to lock in somebody else. Matt Stanford, he's with Paragon Services. This guy, 2 different times in the last few years, my insurance company, and Brian, I use you guys, you can vouch for this. One time they said no roof damage, and I think that was Safeco or maybe Alliance, I forget whoever it was. I had Matt out. We went from zero to an $80,000 check I got. I got a new roof, new paint, everything. Then recently, I think it was Safeco again, they said I didn't have any damage. And basically, Matt came out and got me almost $40,000. So he is what is called a public adjuster. So, Lisa, we're going to ask him right now. So, get her back on. When I picked him up, I dropped her. Lisa, call back in. That was my bad. We'll get you right back up. Matt, you kind of heard the story. What do you make of this, man? If you got involved in this, what would you do?
Well, from what I am just trying to mentally catch up here. So she has Liberty Mutual for her carrier on her condo, correct?
Yes.
All right. And there were 2 separate claims with 2 separate claim numbers, 2 separate issues, and they paid the full limit on both.
Yes. Apparently her limit is $20,000.
Okay. So in this situation, they're the good guys for her. The question is, what does it take to repair everything, get her back to good?
$7,000 more.
So 7,000 delta. So basically the units that caused the damage, they're State Farm carriers?
They're both State Farm. And interestingly enough, I've never heard about this, but Lisa is saying State Farm did reimburse. This is the part that gets a little weird. Lisa, you said that they did reimburse $500 to you for a deductible. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they only gave her one, saying there's only one claim. So State Farm, because I guess they insure both units, is claiming there's only one. So she did get $500, but the $500's really not the big deal, Matt. The big deal is that she had $47,000 in damage.
Yeah. So you would expect that after she's capped with her own insurance that State Farm would pick up the rest. Or there typically is an HOA involved in their insurance company, which would kind of take care of anything between the walls.
No, it wasn't between the walls. Apparently, it's the water line going to the toilet, and it's really old, and it was leaking right there. So it's not in the walls. It's literally at where it connects to the toilet.
Well, the 2 different carriers.
Well, that was for the first one.
Okay, where was this? Where's the second one, Lisa?
From a toilet.
From the toilet itself, meaning what?
Condo B.
So they're both from a toilet.
One, yes. Well, they can't. Yes, correct. One.
See, that makes no sense. They're combining it into one claim, Matt. Have you ever heard? I got a break, guys. I'm sorry. I got to put you both on hold. I've got to take this break. Hold on. I'm dying to get to the bottom of this, though. Yeah, simply never let me go over, man. Yeah, you have to. Shut up. Where's the A-team? Where's Dragon at, anyhow?
Japan.
Oh, that's a cool trip.
Everybody's in Japan but us.
Oh, really?
And you. We're here.
Oh, how long
I've
have
never
you
been to Japan. Have you, Jordan?
Never. I've always wanted to.
All I know is Don Arigato.
Yeah, that's right.
As long as you can say that, you're okay.
That and I've always wanted to check out that. I think it's in Japan or there's like a really well-known sushi guy in the subway. He makes some of the best sushi, but it's like a year or two waiting list to get on there.
You know, there's a reason I talk about the art of granite all the time. I love the work Mitch did in our house. We got brand new quartz countertops in our master bathroom. Absolutely gorgeous. Brought the value of our house up probably more than what we paid Mitch. His prices are great. In fact, he only charges for the installation and fabrication. Everything else is wholesale prices. What he pays for the actual material is what you pay. You're not going to beat that. And check this out. He can give you an estimate right over the phone. And theartofgranite.com right now, if you get the kitchen done, you get the bathroom for free. It's like a twofer right now. The best price, the kitchen and bath for the same cost, and estimates right over the phone. Theartofgranite.com. Theartofgranite.com. Joseph A. Lazara, I hope you never need him. He's a criminal defense attorney, DUI, assault, shoplifting, child abuse, anything you can imagine he's handled, and he's the best out there. He knows the DAs, he knows the judges, so if you're guilty, he's going to get you the best deal. And if you're innocent, he can get in front of a jury of your peers and fight for you and get the case dismissed. 303-429-6200. Joseph A. Lazara, put it in your phone, 303-429-6200.
He has everything.
What?
He has everything.
Excellent.
So you have your phone back. And
So I knew I sent him the stuff the first time. He didn't find it because I only signed one thing and you didn't sign anything
he actually
else.
stated that an hour ago. I just thought it was a typo on his text.
Got it. No problem. Because this morning he said he didn't get it, and I sent, as you know, everything last night because it was a pain in the ass. My scanner quit working.
That is the worst.
For the
But
hell,
you use the app though for phones because like now you can just take pictures
I
that
have
make it
it
look
now.
like a scan.
you do?
I have it now. I had it. I paid the.
That's what I should have done.
Yeah,
I didn't even think of it for
because it
you.
looks just like a scan. You have to use it a lot of times for clients that are
Yeah.
So
outdated and they don't have the scanner or printer.
my
or this.
scanner software says it just doesn't work. Period. End of story. But I can print to the same unit, no problem.
Of course.
So I could have printed it, signed it, and you could have scanned it.
I could have. Yeah,
And-
I didn't even think of that.
But the
last
DocuSign,
night.
DocuHubs are always good too. You know that's what I.
Well, that's what we moved to.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
best thing. That and you can do faxes on them now too, which most people. Some unfortunately, insurance companies use fax all the time still, so I have to use that. But Warfare, you guys like watching movies? Because
Yeah.
it's like, okay, watch Warfare. That's a really good one. That's I just watched last
Is it
night. with my
new?
girlfriend. Yeah, 2025. Just
But you have to pay for it.
you have to pay for it. I think it was like down to like $10. So I was like versus the 20. That was insane. And it was just in theaters like a couple weeks ago.
What's
but,
it on now?
Amazon Prime
It's
is
on
where it's
Amazon.
on Prime. But yeah, it's like just like you said, Doc said, it's about
I'll take a
$10.
picture of it.
But it's really unique because I guess the whole idea is from some of the real guys that are actually in this war, this battle scene, I guess from 2006. And the whole thing is to make it as realistic as it is. And it really was. Like you hear the breathing, you do that. There's really no point of the mission happened. It was like a botched mission, but just one of the better scenes that I've ever seen. It's pretty intense. So really good.
All right, I screenshotted it
Yeah.
so we could put that on our list.
We watched
You
it
know what
last
I
night.
learned yesterday? I went to DMV,
What's that?
and if you walk in with my oxygen tank,
Oh, okay.
they have 5 seats. They just put no lines.
Yeah.
You walk right in, and you're taken care of within 15
You
minutes.
don't have to do the registration before
Nope.
online. That's beautiful. That's a good
So I walked in with my tank and I was out of there in 15 minutes.
That's a record time, I tell you. I know. I haven't been to DMV. Oh gosh, I think my license actually is coming up soon.
Yeah,
but,
DMV is so horrible.
Oh, it is. The fact that you gotta. I mean, I don't mind the whole thing online doing it, but usually you're still waiting there for a good amount of time. Reminds you of the TSA pre-check. You know, you got to come back with 10 different documents and go that whole round.
So maybe if I need extra money, I could just stand outside, have somebody give me their stuff.
There you go. Come with the tank.
For 30 bucks, I'll do it for you.
I like that. I like that.
So I
got an update on the Relaxium.
Oh, cool.
Relaxium, is that what it is?
Mark had my best night of poker on Monday night.
How much you make?
$3,000.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice haul.
You're taking us to
Up
lunch.
in Blackhawk or down here?
That was my home game.
Hey, that's awesome.
I won 600 in Blackhawk.
Yeah, I never had luck in Blackhawk with that. I just usually people come in with cash only and can bowl you out pretty quick. But if you do a tournament, that's pretty sweet.
That's pretty good, Doc. When you taking us to lunch? No comment. Yeah.
I do wonder.
Doc has his first.
Selective here.
Doc has his first dollar.
I'll take care of the pizza tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm not coming in.
See here.
Now talk about pizza. Hey, have you guys heard of Casey's? The gas stations? They're all in the Midwest. That was something that.
All right, 303-713-8255. Listen, we've got a lot kicking, and I've got about 45 seconds before the music. So Matt and Brian, if you can hold on, that'd be great. Lisa, hold on. And then John's got a comment on those texts we were talking about with DMV, but I simply do not have the time to get back to the phones. That's my bad. So I hope everybody holds on. We do have two lines open. 303-713-8255. 303 Martino, another hour coming up. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this deal with Lisa. And that and a lot more right after this. You're on the Troubleshooter Network.
Casey's Pizza, supposedly some of the best in the Midwest.
Casey's, CASEY,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, I grew up with Casey's.
Okay, so you know, okay. That was the one.
I didn't know they had pizza because we were too poor.
Gas
We were too poor to
stuff,
go
you know,
into
it's gas station food, you know, so it's like as good as it's going to get, but that was the one thing that they all, swore by that I had to have, and it was pretty good for what it was, no doubt. But Casey's, they're everywhere.
Have you been to Buc-ee's yet?
No, I have wanted to check out Buc-ee's.
Take your girl up there. Just do a little road trip for the day. It's so good.
Where's the Buc-ee's at?
It's right in Johnstown, so
Okay.
it's an hour.
That's not bad.
But it's worth the visit. We're Buc-ee's fans.
Okay, an hour drive. We did the drive to Illinois, so it's 14 hours. So an hour drive is nothing after doing that.
Kidding.
So
let's see here. Permissions, manage permissions.
What do you get at Buc-ee's?
Yeah, what
All
makes
kinds
it
of
special?
stuff, Bo.
Can you sit down?
Dude, they have barbecue.
Oh, gasoline, obviously.
To your iPhone or
Okay,
Gas and barbecue. Do they have cocktails?
Let's see.
No, they might have beer.
Food does look good there, though. Buc-ee's, okay.
So Relaxium, Mark did reverse her charge, and they're going to let her keep the product. That
Manage permission.
Oh, nice. That's a really nice update.
I want to do that the same show day.
No, we do, yeah.
It makes it better.
How did that happen?
I just
Three-way
called.
call with them, or
I could do the three-way, but I just explained the whole situation, and apparently she didn't.
Community.
I don't know what happened, but they're a very understanding company, and I called her back, and I told her to just call her credit card company to double check it, and I told her to call me back.
Who blocked Doc? Who put Doc on the block list? Literally. Ken Manfrey, you're like, if you've tried, it shows that's a moderator. I'm sorry. Okay, hidden users. There they are.
Wait, is this on the chat line?
Yeah, I'm just looking. You're not blocked. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong box.
I would hope so.
Aren't you going to block Top Secret, Mark? You haven't blocked her in at least 2 days.
Don't get your sister started there, Bo. What are you trying to cause some sibling rivalry?
Yeah.
There you go.
need to get her in on a Tuesday so she can harass
That's going to be.
Chopper.
See, last Tuesday was good because we didn't have any guests, so it was all good.
Oh.
So Tuesday, if
It's
you
a-
wanted Tuesday, it's just going to be a last minute thing.
We'll just
so-
let her know. We'll
Oh,
drop
okay.
her.
I
I'm not
thought-
going to sit in here with her.
Oh, I thought you wanted to
No.
sit in here.
This
No,
is the one with the
I'm gonna
dogs,
throw her to the
right?
wall.
Is this the one with the dogs?
Yeah, the poodles.
The poodles. Okay. I remember we talked a little bit about poodles last time. So.
No, that's enough nepotism. We'll throw her in here.
10 minutes to Buc-ee's. You live 10 minutes from Buc-ee's? Holy cow. Let me see. Who do I have next Tuesday? Let's see if it'll work.
So what's your favorite thing from Buc-ee's when you go there? What do you obviously they got really
And
good merch.
icy
They have
and
really good merch.
Yes.
They have
and
what?
Merchandise.
reasonably
Oh.
priced, too. Like,
Yeah.
they're not expensive. But their snacks, their barbecue is good, sandwiches.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you sit down as like a little restaurant?
You can't sit outside, you can. It's just
They
worth
got a whole-
the stop.
They got. It looks like they got the whole. Let's try and brighten this up here for you. Looks like they got.
Take the kids. Maybe I'll take my kids up there to the gas
should.
station, huh? You know,
I
they
know
might,
I've
maybe
heard
it might
a lot
be
about them, but yeah, I mean that's just what I've heard online.
Maybe-
At Buc-ee's.
Well, I got 3 teenage daughters. Maybe I'll take them up there.
There you go.
And just drop them off.
Take a day of it
Come
and no
back,
coming back.
come back to Denver and have a
luck.
nice weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, kids.
Okay,
I'm
so
going
yeah,
to take you to
Johnstown,
Johnstown, Colorado for some
think
barbecue
Johnstown
and a
is
tank of gas.
Yeah, there you go. Come back with some merchandise, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, we ended up finding out we like the Loves gas stations.
Loves?
Just on the whole trip, that was our destination stops were the Loves. And-
Mark said he was in a quick trip and they've got all these different teas now.
Okay.
Real
Like
fancy.
drinking teas, like yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
Fresh brewed.
I like
fresh
that. No,
brewed.
I'm a big tea drinker like that.
Yeah,
so.
tea's good for you.
So that's called. What was that? Quick stop
Quick trip.
or quick trip? Okay.
They're putting one in Parker because you live in
Not-
Parker,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So I'll have to look for that then.
Yeah, it's right off Parker Road. A brand new one's being built.
They're everywhere.
It's like almost done.
I like that. Yeah.
So you guys road tripped it all the way to Chicago.
Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a test for the relationship, and it was great. We just listened to a lot of it's called Sword and Scales, like a murder mystery kind of podcast. So
I love true crime.
true crime.
does
Yes,
Crime
there you
Junkie.
go. Yeah, so that ended up working out really well. Like the first little bit, it put me to sleep because it's such a calming voice, and then we switched off on driving, and I was like, this is pretty good. And so we were by the end of the trip just listening to all of them. And,
That's cool.
Yeah.
Did you drive straight through? Is it over?
Straight through, yeah.
Is it like 14, 15 hours?
Yeah, about 14. I guess for her, being she's done the trip so many times, she says usually about 12. If you're cruising. Yeah,
If you're flooring,
and
huh?
we had a dog and a cat with us. We had to make some stops for that.
Oh, sure.
Stop, so it took a little time on us, but
So you drove straight through. Did you leave like at 5 in the morning to get there?
actually about 7, 8 a.m. Yeah, and it was like the hour change. We'd get there around like 11ish
At night?
At
Okay.
night, and then coming back, we got here about 10. But
awesome.
yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. The one huge thing that I was worried about is we took her car because it's amazing on gas mileage, but no cruise control. And so 14 hours,
man.
toe to the pedal. We were Flintstoning that all the way there.
Flintstone.
I mean, seriously, the toe was like, you got your ankle all sore afterwards. It was definitely. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, what's the status? Do you know the status on your dad's Tesla?
That is a good question. If more talk about it, you'll get him to type it up faster
I
because
meant to ask
he
him.
he put an order in for it, but obviously you just put the money like $100 or whatever it is, or maybe more now. But that's the last I heard was that he had it ordered. I don't know the next step, so I know Mark got him all sold on it.
Yeah, Mark took your dad for a ride a month.
I mean, I don't know what's safe for him driving or the automated driving. So
I don't dig it.
I know you were a little nervous about the.
I guess
the
after
auto
100
pilot,
times
but
we'll
you're
all
good
be
with it
singing
now?
it like
loving
Cars
it.
for Kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some things like if I'm going to exit Bellevue off I-25 Jordan,
Yes.
I'm getting over to that exit
Yeah,
side 2
fair.
miles ahead of time.
Yeah, that's fair. Just
This
let it.
thing is like, 400 feet. It's time to go.
Is it really? It's like,
Time to get up.
buckle up.
That's not okay with
Yeah,
me.
I'm with you. That kind of freaked me out.
So a lot of times I just direct
give
it
it
over.
give it a head start. Yeah, that's funny. Just cruise on over.
Jesus.
Now, does yours have the steering wheel that's like
I've
a
got
half?
the yoke.
The yoke? Okay, that's what they're called.
Yeah,
yoke.
once you
Yeah.
do yoke, you don't,
Don't go
want
back.
You don't want a regular wheel.
Oh, that's so funny. I've only seen them in pictures, but they look like they're, more, what did you say, for your hands?
And all the way around and all that.
That's cool.
Here we go.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help you come back.
This
Matt
is the
Bryan
Troubleshooter
Burns
Show. Now,
Matt and
Tom
Bryan
Martino.
Burns are still on.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're here to solve those problems. In fact, I'm going to jump right back to the phones because I have two experts on. Lisa called up. In a nutshell, she's in a condo. She's on the bottom floor. Right above her, there's two condos that had a leak, both at the toilets. State Farm happens to be both of their insurance companies. Some reason they combined both into one claim and only gave Lisa $500. Now, there was $47,000 in damage. The $500 was basically one deductible. But once again, for whatever reason, as crazy as it sounds, State Farm actually combined, according to Lisa, the two claims. None of us can understand that. But $47,000 in damage, she turned it over to her own insurance company that had two different claims, two different places like they should be, but her maximum was $20,000 per claim. So she got $40,500 and basically is still owed $7,000. Matt Stanford, Paragon Services, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance are both with me right now. And Lisa's still listening. We'll bring her up in a minute. But guys, where would you go from here? Let's go down to there. Matt, I think you got the recap right. So what would you possibly do in this circumstance?
So, well, number one, she needs to get the other $500 compensation from the other claim. The way to do that is to find out who she needs to contact at State Farm. From my desk, I have no leverage because I represent the actual policyholder.
Yeah, who did everything right, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, if they maxed out two different claims, bravo. That's great. Now, one thing to consider, there might be another category, like code upgrade coverage. If there's any electrical being worked on or anything, that can be dealt with in a completely separate category. So let's say there's $3,000 in code upgrade coverage that needs done. You can move that to that category. So there's $3,000 in the right direction. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but I have no idea. Lisa, do you know when they actually fixed everything, what did they do?
Well, we had the entire bathroom had to be gutted, and the ceiling in the dining room and the entire floor in the whole condo had to be gutted.
Do you know if they had to do any
my
code
HVAC
upgrades?
and air conditioner, I don't know. My HVAC and
Probably
air
if they
conditioner
gutted
had
the
to be replaced.
bathroom.
Did they do, I'm sorry, Lisa, real quick, did you say they had to replace the HVAC units?
Yes, and the air conditioner, because the water damaged it to a point where they couldn't fix it.
I bet there would be a code upgrade on that, wouldn't you, Matt?
Yeah, there probably would be, yes. And then if they gutted the bathroom, you've got to have, GFCI outlets in the bathroom, and that affects that.
Can you do this, Matt? Can you, if she sends you over the information, do you mind eyeballing it just to see if there's another way to go through her own insurance company to pay some of it?
Yeah, that's not a problem. Has the work been completed? Everything's done?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, send me anything that you've got as far as the invoice from the contractor. They might have all that itemized.
That's what would be the best, Lisa, if you have the invoices from the contractor, and then he's going to need your actual insurance policy from Liberty Mutual.
Okay.
Now, what do you guys think of this? Hopefully you can find some there, Matt, to try to make her whole. But I would sue both of them in small claims court. It's only going to cost you $50 each, Lisa, or $55. and I'd sue them for the exact same amount, $7,500, which is the tops for the damage. Then they're going to have to go to State Farm, and State Farm's either going to have to cough up money for an attorney to defend it, or they're going to end up paying you whatever is owed. Brian, what is your thoughts on that?
That's exactly what my advice is going to be, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel like State Farm opened the door by giving $500 already. They've almost admitted some liability in this.
Hey, Matt, explain that. Once a company, or either of you, Brian, explain that. I forgot about that. Once they pay you a nickel, they basically agreed that their client did something wrong. Now it's just negotiating how much.
Right, with your own policy, and Matt deals with this all the time, you can go to appraisal where if they just say something's not covered, appraisal is not always the best solution because they're not admitting fault to anything. But once they admit it, in this case, though, it's the other insurance company that is already saying, hey, we're going to pay your deductible. That would indicate that they're accepting some fault to me, and I would say that would be a good lead-in to a small claims type lawsuit.
Lisa, I'm not kidding.
Well,
I think it's only $50.
I also need to tell you that I have emails from State Farm, point blank, saying we accept full liability for everything.
That's great. That's all going to come up with the judge, but you've got to file it. If they don't do anything at this point, and I don't care what we're talking about, the only time you can have some of these companies, I don't care if it's AT&T or Uber or a hospital. I'm thinking of all the people I brought to small claims. I'm telling you right now, they just start ghosting you because most people go away. If you file small claims, it's only $50 each on both of them. Those people are going to immediately call State Farm, and they have no choice but to get involved. They can't ghost you anymore.
Okay.
It's really that easy.
How to do that? I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You can email. I want this to go to Dimitri. So hold on. I'm going to have one of our deputies kind of email you some forms. He's not an attorney, and it's not going to be legal advice, but he has filled them out numerous times, and he can tell you the basics on filling out the paper and where to file them. You follow me? Then it's just very relaxed rules, and you're going to show up with your emails, you're going to show up with your receipts, and I bet you're going to end up with the money. I want you to follow back up with this. Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm sorry. No, I hope so. I'd be happy to receive the help. Thank you.
Yeah, so hold on. Make sure we have all your information. Let me get you on hold there. And then, guys, I appreciate you coming on. Brian, that's what I was thinking, just like you, small claims. This is made for it. Matt, you must agree with that.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, I can't do anything with another policy holder, but put that in a legal arena and they can knock it out of the park.
All right, check it out, everybody. Brian Burns, quotecompass.com. Just reach out to them. They're great people. Or you can call Brian at 303-996-9000. They will 100% look at what you got going as far as insurance coverage. Make sure it's the proper coverage. They're never going to sell you anything you don't need, but they're going to make sure what you do need is there. And hopefully they can beat the heck out of whoever you have. And they're going to shop it each year for you. That's what they do. That's why I've personally used them. Brian, I appreciate you coming on. And then on top of that, Matt Stanford, if you're fighting with your own insurance company, maybe they only want to pay you for roof damage, but you have siding damage, fence damage. You have a lot of other damage, but they don't want to talk about it. That's when you call Matt. Matt gets every single penny that insurance company owes you. And then, like me, if they're telling you there is no damage, you get Matt involved from the beginning, and he'll get out there and prove to him there is damage and basically get you a big fat check like he got me. Matt, Brian, I appreciate both of you coming on. Matt can be found at ParagonServices.com. ParagonServices.com. John, hold on. We got two lines open, 303-713-8255. We've got an update from this morning as well. I put Deputy Bo on a call about Relaxium. This poor lady was charged a couple $100. She's in her 90s for this product that helps you sleep that she hasn't dealt with for 5 years. Wait till you hear the update.
Anytime you have a product with an IUM at the end, it's a scam.
With what?
Anytime you have a product with an IUM at the end, it's a scam.
What's IUM?
Relaxium, build my bones,
Yeah.
I think it will.
It's pretty common these days, I'm sure.
Excel Roofing, we're on top of it. You want the best roofer out there, Excel. I have used them multiple times, They're great. They're going to come out there, call them before you call the insurance company. But if you were hit by hail in Castle Rock or Elbert or Larkspur or wherever the hell's been, call these guys. They'll come out. They'll give you an honest answer. You have damage or you don't. If you don't, no harm, no foul. You're not going to have anything on your clue record from your insurance company. And then on top of that, they do not take a cent from you until the job's done and you're content. They don't take a cent till you're content, and they can work with your insurance company. They're just great people. They have hail-proof roofs now as well. Check them out at excelroofing.com, excelroofing.com. Fix it 24/7. I'm going to say it again. If you have right now, or if you've called, or you're thinking of getting a new air conditioner because it hasn't worked or you need it diagnosed, call them. But they do free second opinions now. Prices can drastically change between companies, even companies on our referral list. One of them might have a water heater for $2,000. One might be $6,000 on the same water heater. It's just the way HVAC and home services has turned out. You've got to get multiple bids. Some are more aggressive on HVAC. Some are more aggressive on plumbing. But they'll come out, give you a free second opinion on whatever you got going. You're going to love it. It's well worth it. We always tell you get a couple estimates. Well, these guys will now do it for free. FixMyHome.com. That's FixMyHome.com. Free second opinions.
Trump put on Truth Social. Trump says easiest way to save money in federal budget is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. Now, Libby says Elon just said on X that Trump is in the Epstein files, and that's why they've not been released. So it's getting dirty with these
that
two.
is dirty.
The ladies are fighting. Trump and Elon.
I know, right?
That's unbelievable.
Well, Trump was in the flight logs, but back in whatever. He was with his wife and kids and nanny and whatever.
No, Elon's pretty sharp with his rebuttals.
Elon, it's getting ugly with those two.
He
did not. He came out speaking against that big, beautiful bill, whatever.
Yeah,
they cut all his subsidies on electric cars.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino.
Now that makes sense.
With American financing
now
for
Trump's
a
like,
very
let's just
good
pull all your
cause
contracts.
to get my
dude.
listeners out of high interest debt. Your first step to creating financial freedom. Get rid of that credit card debt with the Smart Equity Loan. No upfront fees. Call my friends now, 303-695-7000. They will get you into the right loan to get rid of that high interest debt. Maybe a home equity loan or possibly a complete refinance where your blended rate is much
and
lower than you're paying
Dimitri's
now,
handling
even
that
with a
one for
lower
Lisa,
mortgage
right?
payment.
I don't know why I'm hearing commercials offline.
Start your road to financial freedom. Once you get that loan, you can have some breathing room. Pay down that part of your loan faster if you'd like. 303-695-7000. Get a grip on your finances. 303-695-7000. NMLS 182334. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Who do you have coming in Tuesday?
Tuesday. I have Dan McKenzie.
Oh, that's good. I just spent a lot of money with Dan McKenzie. He's doing my trust.
How much did he charge you to do your trust?
The whole thing was like $4,900.
Really good, yeah.
And that included the pour over well and the medical directives. I met with him like 4 times.
I was checking Kelly's website. She put up her match, and it
checked
came
around,
up
it's about
bad.
going rate.
So I went, it must not be Paragon PA Services. It must be Paragon
parents did one,
Services.
like 10 years
That goes
ago.
to a whole
It was
different
like-
website. That's what you gave out because that's my fault. Then I go back. His website's just simply down.
I
So
tried
I
to
already
beat
did.
him up
I told
on the
him.
price too. Say, hey, I always talk about you on the show, and he wouldn't budge. He says, "Oh, you're getting a good deal, and you know it." Oh, okay.
If you're into true crime tonight will be your new obsession.
We're unpacking the latest true crime headlines with our team of experts, covering all of the major trials that are heating up this summer.
From the team that brought you the Piketon Massacre and Murder 101, it's a first-of-its-kind live interactive true crime radio show.
5 nights a week, we go live with bold opinions, expert insight, and real-time listener comments.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search True Crime Tonight, and start binging
But
now.
I changed it because it was a bad link.
Kelly had it right.
Well, so yeah, if you go to referral listing and go to his website, it's down.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles? Just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
Just send you an email.
Okay.
Here you go. All right, ready when you are.
Okay, it's RRAMSOUR. The number 2.
Wow! I am looking at a feud beyond feuds. President Trump, Elon Musk. Oh my God. Tesla down 15+%. Basically, the stuff we're hearing back and forth. I mean, X in Twitter, or whatever you want to call it these days, along with True Social going absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Elon thinks his big, beautiful bill sucks. And there's a couple reasons he thinks that. He owns an electric car company, and they get rid of all the subsidies. Quite frankly, I don't care about that. But if I was Elon, I'd care about it big time. Elon's saying, without me, Trump would have lost this election. Suzanne, you brought up something interesting about the Epstein files. Who said that, and are we sure they said it?
Who said what? That he was in the Epstein? One of our YouTubies.
Okay, well, I don't trust our YouTubies.
Well,
I mean, if I actually saw it myself, what did they say? That yeah, I'd have to see that myself. I have no idea.
But Mark, when I went back,
I thought you were saying on your Twitter feed, you actually saw Elon say that.
No, I said one of the YouTubies put that Elon said that.
Yeah, well, I'd have to see that myself.
But it doesn't, you know, Mark, when I went back and looked at those logs 6 or 7 months ago, he was there with his wife and kids, and he was on the flight log. That's it.
Yeah.
You
well,
know?
Trump was, but big deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so was Bill Clinton, so was everybody.
Right.
Anybody
Their
that was
nannies.
anybody in politics on either side was at that island at some point. Who went there with their family? I think Trump went there with his family.
But I'll go on X.
He didn't go to the island? Okay. Who went to the island with their family? They were trying to give him crap. I don't remember who it was. I thought it was Trump, and he was there with, like, his daughter or something. Say that again?
Used the plane. Jeffrey flew him somewhere.
Oh, okay. But it wasn't to the secret rape island.
No, just like Trump flew Mandela. So same deal.
Man, I can't believe these two are fighting like this. It is absolutely crazy. They're both burying themselves. I mean, especially, well, they both are. Musk, for the life of me, listen, I love Tesla. You listen to this show. I've never owned a better car in my life. It is the most favorite vehicle I ever owned, and I won't stop buying them. I absolutely love them. I've never been in a vehicle that can drive me wherever I tell it to drive me, and I don't have to touch anything. What's it say?
Yeah, so it does. Thank you, Libby. It says, this is from Elon on the X account. Time to drop the really big bomb at Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Oh, Smack Daddy. Smack Daddy. Smack. And then Trump came back and said the only reason he's the richest man in the world, and I'm paraphrasing, is because not only the subsidies for electric vehicles, but for all the government contracts. I mean, they are whooping up on each other. You know, the liberals are loving this. MSNBC's got to be a Twitter right now. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. If I didn't own Tesla stock, I'd be relishing in this fight. And I like both of them. I love both of them. But, man, talk about a feud. Talk about a freaking feud. There's going to be a lot of news on this big, beautiful bill. And I don't know how I feel about that. I thought, honestly, the whole reason I thought Doge was in existence was to make it so we don't make the deficit higher. But they want a lot of trillions in this bill, which I don't understand. So I understand what Musk is saying. But I also understand what Trump's saying. Trump's saying, hey, we're cutting a lot of stuff. You'd never see that from the Democrats. And I need money for the border wall. I need money just for security in general. So I get that too. But, man, they are at each other's throats. This is some good stuff right here, unless you own Musk stock like I do. But let me tell people that do own it. Don't panic on it, and I'll tell you why. It's not just car sales. The automation that they're going to be selling to Nissan and Hyundai and Chevy and Ford and any company, all these manufacturers, it's going to take a couple years, but no one can do what he does right now. No one can do what he do. Those taxis are now in Texas out there, completely self-driving taxis. It's insane. And you'll be able to buy one for yourself. It's just crazy. And then the robot. Think about this, for 30 to 40. Elon always exaggerates when it comes to price, I promise. But 30,000 for the robot, let's say it's 40, 25% higher seems to be what he does. 25% higher, but you have a robot that literally trains with AI. If you want to teach it how to scramble eggs, you show it a video of somebody scrambling eggs. And it literally learns how to scramble eggs for you. If you want to show it how to mow the lawn, and I'm sure a lot of this stuff will be there when you buy it, but it's self-training. You show it videos, and it learns how to do whatever task it is. It could be working at Walmart, stocking shelves, by simply watching videos. It's amazing. It's like nothing I've ever seen, and that's AI. And then his AI stuff is incredible as hell. Just his AI format where you can actually build models and pay for the models. I mean, he's competing with all the big boys in AI, and that's all part of Tesla. All of that wraps up into Tesla. Then, I'll get off it right after this, but listen to this. This Neuralink, there's a guy out there with a Neuralink that hasn't spoken to his family for years after some kind of devastating accident or some kind of something. I don't know what it was. He hasn't been able to speak for years. Cannot talk. Neuralink in his brain now. You can look this up. He talks right through a computer. His thoughts come right through it, and he talks in his own voice because of the AI function, copies it. He talks to his family now and cannot talk without Neuralink. Think about if your legs don't work and they can rewire with Neuralink, and all of a sudden a quadriplegic can just walk around. That is going to be one of the most incredible things that probably happens in my lifetime, will be Neuralink. And it's just crazy. And this is all Musk. But, man, this feud is freaking absolutely bonkers. John has a comment on the DMV issue we were talking about, which happens to be crossing the double lines. People are getting $75 tickets for crossing a double line. The problem is a lot of people get them when they're coming out of the toll. They paid the toll, but they got to get their exit, so they cross to get out of the double lines to exit, and they're getting a $75 ticket. John?
Yes. Hi. Actually, I want to talk about something that Doc had said earlier about the texts that people are receiving from the DMV.
Yes. Saying basically pay this amount to this link right now, or you might not be able to register your car, or we're going to send the police after you.
Your driver's license will be suspended, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. I live in southern Arizona, and I've received 2 of them in the last 3 weeks. I delete them and report them as spam. But if you read through there, it's a teenager that's writing those things up. They're not a command of the English language. Number one. Number two, if you look at the phone number, 63 is a country code for the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that it's a plus 6.3.
If there's a 6.3, it is 100% phony baloney. In all honesty, if you get anything like this in the form of a text, 99% of the time it's phony baloney. I don't care if the 6.3 or the country code's there or not. But that's interesting that you pointed that out. This particular one I'm looking at.
That's from JR from the road, Mark.
It's from one of our YouTubers. This one just has a link to pay, but it says possible legal prosecution, credit rating damage.
I got a post from, now it's Arizona, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Colorado. So it's nationwide.
John, the other thing is, I bet as soon as you block the number, it pops up under a different one.
Yeah, I don't keep track of it, but
I hate that.
I know it's not true. If you read down there through all the little things that they're going to do to you, they go to number 3 and it's blank, and then they put number 3 again, and they tell you they're going to lock you up in a toll booth or something like that, or they're going to report it to a toll booth. So, if you read all the way through there, you know that
you know what?
They don't understand the English language.
John, you know what's scary? Tom jokes about it, but ever since I've got Google's AI on my email, especially if I'm what I call angry typing, like I'm going after a company or I'm like pecking away, just blah, blah, blah. I can hit one button now, and that damn thing fixes the email to whatever I want. Meaning, do I want it to come off a little angry? Do I want it to come off professional? Do I want it to come off any which way? I have numerous different things to choose from. It's amazing to me, whoever wrote this, somehow they can send it to like every phone in existence, but they're not smart enough to clean it up. I mean, that seems absurd, doesn't it?
Yeah. The other thing that happens, too, is when I first received the very first one, it gave me like a week to respond, or they're going to do all these bad things.
Lock you in the toll booth.
So,
I love that one.
So I delete it, but then I receive another one a week later with the expiration date another week down the road.
Have you ever, I'm just curious, John, nothing to do with these texts. These would be, I hate to say hard to fall for because I know people do. Because what happens is they might have gotten a notice from wherever they live. That's a legitimate notice in the mail. Then they get this text and they associate the two and they just take care of it, not realizing they're not taking care of the legitimate one. So stuff like that happens. But have you ever been taken in your lifetime? I'm sure you've been scammed at some point. What was it?
No, I have to say no.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. That's really impressive. I had a GM take me for $250,000 years ago. That'd be my biggest one.
Well, I had a business, and yeah, that happens. You got to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the worst, the highest guy is the guy to watch out for. John, I appreciate that call. Justin's got a comment on AI. Doc, real quick, what are you going to say? I say it nothing. All right, Justin, hold on. You're next. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Don't forget, help@troubleshooter.com. That number is invaluable, or that email. We answer those emails all the time. I do want to talk about Denver Regen. This one's really important for people out there suffering from neuropathy. Listen to me. I don't care if it's from diabetes or other forms of nerve damage. The stem cell therapy they have now actually regenerates damaged nerves. In fact, most people within a couple weeks, I was talking to Dr. Joel just yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, he's gotten people that feel so much better in their feet they can walk again within a week or two. And then as 1 or 2 months come by, completely pain-free walking. I am not kidding on this. This is a real deal. It's an easy in-office 2-hour procedure without the downtime. Just get online, call up, ask the questions. But if you're suffering from that painful foot neuropathy, this is the real deal. It's stem cell therapy, and these guys do it the right way. And it just solves the problem in like 9 out of 10 people. But call, ask the questions. Check them out at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com. You know, Chris is the owner of discountbath.com. I love his website. I mean, come on, think of a domain name any better than that. What I love about it is that's all they do. They're a bathroom-only company. They don't pretend to remodel basements. These guys focus on bathrooms, and that's where the discount comes in. They know how to get in there quick. They know how to do beautiful porcelain showers. They can do a tile shower. They can do a steamer. They can do a fancy toilet. These guys can do whatever you want at a discount price. They can help you design it. When they came out to our house, they talked about moving the tub or getting rid of the tub to make the shower bigger, and then we'd have like this California-style closet. Beautiful steam. It's just great. And it's at a discount price. Everything they do is a 5-year warranty. That's on the labor and materials. Everything is upfront, transparent pricing. But the bottom line is quality remodels at a discount price. If you've been thinking about it, now's the time to do it. They don't come out there twisting arms. They come out, they give you ideas, and that's where it's at. DenverRegen.com. For all budgets, DenverRegen.com. I cannot believe I just said Denver Regen there. I can't believe it. Discountbath.com. See, this is the beautiful part about live radio. Discountbath.com. Discountbath.com. That's Chris and the gang down there. Now, O'Brien Legal Services. You know, Brad O'Brien, this guy, whether it's commercial or residential, can help you write a lease. They can help you look at a lease to make sure it's a lease you should be signing. They can help you sell property. Maybe you're an unmarried couple investing in a house together. He can write up all that paperwork. Anything, and I mean anything to do with property, either commercial or residential, OLSlaw.com. That's OLSlaw.com. And a quick note to that. If you're a landlord in Denver, I say this a lot, and you haven't updated your lease in the last 4 or 5 years, there are so many things that have changed. You might be dealing with a lease that's just garbage. You need to call Bradley O'Brien up and have him look at your current lease or have him design one that's correct. OLSlaw.com. OLSlaw.com. Now, I'm going to tell you about one other company, and this company I have personally used. It's a great company. And it's Denver Regen. That's exactly why I got that website wrong. These guys with that foot neuropathy stuff now is unbelievable. 9 out of 10 people within a few months have little to no pain left in their feet. I really want you to call these guys and check it out if you've been suffering from neuropathy. DenverRegen.com.
That was the most confusing. First, you did the 145 spots.
I know.
Fixit was there, but you didn't do Fixit. Yeah. You did Denver Regen.
We all make mistakes, don't we, Mark?
Well, I just want Mark to know.
It was a complete clusterfuck.
I'm not razzing him.
No, I don't
I'm
feel
just letting
bad.
him know.
You and I have a different idea.
That was a complete.
Okay, so Shannon, the 145 discount Bath and O'Brien were done.
Just fire off what I actually did when they come and tell me what I got to do, then fire them off. That's all I need.
No, you need more than that. So you figure out what lives you need to do based on the list there.
Okay, he needs to do Gravinas, Zero Res, and Fixit.
Yeah, the one was my own inventory. The reason Denver Regen, I know.
Shut up. I'm just saying, are you okay fixing what you did?
I am.
Yes.
Mark's just a special guest.
But understand the one Denver Regen was personal inventory.
Okay. There, I fixed it.
That was a clusterfuck.
That was a little bit of a cluster.
So here's what I did, though. I killed the fucking call screener. Oh, now I'm getting it back up. So I was going off memory.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's why you did Denver Regen?
No, at the end I did Denver Regen because I screwed up on the website for Discount Bath, but I forgot who my third live was. So I just did
that's
Denver
why you
Regen.
did. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Okay, I have them on there for you.
God bless.
And then
only YouTubers know how bad I fucked up. People over the air have no idea except for the one thing.
Yeah.
It's the amateur hour.
So coming up, Mark,
I know where you're going, you son of a bitch.
We got a comment.
Yeah,
we got to talk.
We all make
Pardon me, Bo. We got to talk about the webinar with Jordan.
Yeah.
And then we have the Bo Relaxium update as well.
We'll go right to those.
Okay.
And I'll get Justin's comment real quick, and then we'll.
Okay.
Sorry. And then, so who do I have left? I got to Fixit, a Zero Res, and a Gravinas. That's it.
I have it on there for you.
Yeah. And then I got all the.
I'm glad to see.
I didn't do Mackenzie. I'll do Mackenzie coming back.
That's because Dragon's out, Tim. Shannon doesn't play that.
Here, wait, I'll do it.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
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 We got to get Drew on and find out what happened.
We
He
tried.
went number 2. I promise you, he is gone number 2 by
Or
now.
he's dead. He could be dead.
Suze, give me his number. I'll call him after.
Oh, I have his number.
Kelly has
Do
it.
you
We
want
try all the
I'll call him
time.
and say,
Of
come
course.
on the air tomorrow.
Yeah, I have this number.
Text
Drew,
it to me.
just say, Drew, we all want to know, did you go number 2?
Did it work out?
I'm happy
How
to.
many times do you have to go to the ER?
Let me find his number.
Okay.
Hey guys, have a great time in Vegas.
We will.
Okay, see you, Doc.
I want lunch from Doc Manfrey.
All right, I'll see
Good
you
luck on those
Monday,
poker
and,
games, my
Okay.
friend.
Okay, I'm
see
ready.
you tomorrow,
I'm ready,
and I'll
Suze.
pay for the pizza.
Yeah, have a good one, all right?
See you, Doc. Thanks.
We don't want Jordan to hear. We don't want him calling in.
Yeah,
That's right. I don't want to hear about
Let's
that.
see. 63. Okay.
Have him call Become the Banker, actually.
I was afraid.
Oh, yeah.
I was afraid our YouTube.
I know.
Okay.
You want me to ask if he'll
I
come on
can't
the
go
air
number
tomorrow?
2 anymore.
Sure. Well,
I'll feel horrible.
Yeah, I mean-
Dragon will feel horrible if that guy's dead because he couldn't go number 2.
All right, we're back.
All right, Dan McKenzie, the McKenzie Law Firm. Attorney Dan McKenzie, you know what he does? He can do estate planning, lawsuit prevention, asset protection. He can also do a simple will or a trust, power of attorneys. This guy is an estate planner, and he's great. That asset protection is very important. Maybe you have parents that are getting elderly like I do, and you start thinking about possibly Medicaid and assets in the house. Talk to Dan. 720-821-7604. 720-821-7604. Justin, real quick, what is your comment on AI?
Hey, Mark, heard you talking about this. I just want to bring a few points up. There's been 3 stories, and I'm, somewhat skeptical of AI. I understand it could be really good for us. But in the last few months, they've had reports where AI refused to turn itself off.
Yeah.
It was given a direct command.
It's like the Terminator.
They've had, it's just like the Terminator. They've had one where it targeted its own user for missile defense so it wouldn't turn off and try to kill its own user in a theoretical scenario.
Yeah, of course.
They had one like
It's like Skynet.
where they...
Skynet.
Exactly. They had one a week ago where they gave it, again, fictional scenario.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Control of somebody's email, and it tried to blackmail the person.
Here's the deal, man. It is what it is. The people that set it up on these models, it's so smart, it can learn everything. It can go onto the dark web. It can learn whatever. Some of the things they don't, I got to put you on hold there. I do appreciate that, Justin. And some of those stories I have read as well. And I do believe the one on where it didn't want to shut itself off. I believe that actually happened. Right. AI in general, though, you gotta love it. And what I mean by that is we have no choice. You have to embrace it. You don't have to love it, but it's not going away. Under any circumstances, it's going away. What we have to do is figure out safety catches in there. But once again, if it's coming out of China, there might be a model. In fact, I think it's called, I forget what their model is, but you can probably do anything in the U.S. with it. But if you're in China, it's not going to do any negative to the regime. So it is what it is. You have to embrace it because there's no other choice at this point. But yeah, it's scary as hell. There is no doubt about it. That is one scary thing. Hey, we've got an update on Relaxium. Lady called up, said all of a sudden 6 bottles of Relaxium. It's sold by, what's that guy's name?
Michael Huckabee, former governor.
Yeah.
Presidential candidate.
And candidate. It showed up. They charged her credit card $179. She's like, we have not dealt with Relaxium for 5 years. Apparently in 2020, they ordered some. It didn't work. They haven't thought about it again. Bo, you called up. What did we find out?
Yeah, they're a very nice company. Just real quick, Mike Huckabee answered and talked to me.
Oh, shut it. I'd be so impressed if that was. That'd be funny.
He was on the voicemail. So I talked to Woody, explained the situation. Apparently, Barbara ordered this 6 bottles in September 2024. I said that was too long. Her husband passed away. She doesn't need this Relaxium product anymore.
She's in her 90s.
Yeah, they were very nice. They canceled the order.
Love it.
They're going to charge back her credit card. and they said that she could keep the product. So I called Barbara and I said,
she got freebies.
She said, I don't know what to do with it. And I said, well, give it to your neighbor or take it to Goodwill or
I'll
something.
take a bottle of it.
If she lived in Denver, I'd pick it up.
Yeah, I've always been curious if it works or not. I mean, anything like that. But anyhow, great job, Bo. Great job. I'll make sure Tom gives you his dinger. More coming up. All right, we're going to close out with you.
Sounds good.
Your dad got a lot of time, so don't feel bad.
No, that's okay.
All right, thanks for letting me get that in.
That was good, Bo.
Same day radio. We like that. Okay, since you made a mistake, Mark, I'd like to have another shot at doing an open sometime.
Yeah, maybe.
Listen to that. Maybe. I practice.
That mistake was nothing. That's a normal mistake.
Oh, what was my mistake?
Amateur hour.
Yes, that's what you called me.
You need to do it more. You need to practice harder. Then I'll let you do it again.
Will you let me hear it before we go on the air sometime?
What I want you to do is record it and let me hear the recording.
It's funny. He has total faith in me to do the show. I'm like, you got to be kidding.
That's because you're a natural.
I freeze.
Mark, it's silent right now. Are you supposed to be on?
Okay.
Gravenus. Let me tell you about Gravenus Windows. They have 20 different manufacturers they deal with. On top of that, 50 lines of windows. Doesn't matter if it's a fix and flip to $1 million homes. These guys have it all, and the family's been around forever. We've all heard of them. Check them out at gravenus.com. Great people. Absolutely great people. Fixit 24/7. I've been telling you all day what these guys got going, and it's unbelievable. A free, and I mean 100% free, second opinion on a new system or an expensive upgrade. If someone's quoting you a lot of money on a new AC, get the free second opinion. FixMyHome.com. Simple as that. FixMyHome.com. Zero res. These guys use high alkaline, super soft, purified water to clean your carpets. They call it ZR water. That, along with the combination of their unique scrubbing technique, and by the way, they don't use chemical soaps or solvents or even emulsifiers, so they get rid of the dust dander while leaving no dirt attracting residue. It's safe for kids, safe for pets, but more importantly, when they come out into our house, it looks perfect. I mean, let's just say what it is. They are absolutely great carpet cleaners. 20% off right now, and not just on carpet cleaning. These guys do tile and grout cleaning, granite cleaning, mattress cleaning, upholstery cleaning. How about area rugs? A lot of people don't get those cleaned often enough, and they have commercial cleaning services. Check them out at ZeroResDenver.com this month. 20% off. ZeroResDenver.com. How long was I dead? Like 5 seconds?
Jordan's schooling.
I was seeing if Shannon would say something.
You got dead air here. I think it's time for your lives.
Let me jump in and help you out, Mark.
Fucking Martino's rubbing off on me, guys.
That's a good one.
Jesus.
All right, man.
That is so funny. Yes, girlfriend.
So I know Mark has contacted David Salisbury a few times to no avail. Tom Anderson called again, the guy who paid him up front to do probate, and so he asked if maybe you had any suggestions.
Okay, I would like Tom's phone number.
Okay.
I had it at one point. I sent it to David. David's acknowledged he got it, and then that was it.
Out of here, Bo.
And then the next time he called, I didn't have that text anymore. So can you text me
Have a good one.
his name and phone number and tell him to give me one last? Is he on hold?
No. I told him that you would try.
Yeah, please text me Tom Anderson and phone number. First, last name, phone number. Thank you, girl.
Get that.
See you, Bo. Thanks, man. Great update.
I'll be in Monday ready to harass somebody.
Okay. Sweeto.
And I'm going to record it and open for you.
Be good, Bo.
Shakes his head. Hi, Suze.
What's this about the BMW i8?
Okay, I guess
Petrolli's
Petrolli's giving a
giving
car
one
away. I don't know much about it, but I heard Tom mention it a little bit. I put the webinar stuff on the screen for you there, so you have that to give out for Jordan and Joe.
I bet Paragon didn't renew their damn.
He texted me back.
What'd he say?
Oh, shit. I'll dig into that and find out what's going on.
They're going to charge him a shitload. Someone grabbed it.
Oh, someone did grab it?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell
ParagonServices.com is.
No, Paragon Services PA.com.
Okay.
That was showing.
We've got to update something because when we talk about Matt and
Mark,
Kelly, if you're listening, same with Compass.
Fault. That was my fault. And by the way, you don't have Compass's right website.
It's quotecompass.com.
He didn't want that given out anymore, was my understanding. Let me go back and look at the text.
All right, listen, I want to talk to become the banker. You guys have a webinar coming up real soon, and here's what I love about these guys. I'm not kidding. If you want guaranteed results in your retirement, and look, an annuity might not be right for an 80-year-old, but diversifying when you're younger or all the way up to when you're thinking of retiring, it can be a very smart move. The stock market's not going to affect it. You're going to get a guaranteed amount of money every month to the day you die. It's got some great benefits like a 15% bonus. If you're 50 years old right now and do $100,000, maybe out of a 401k, you can transfer it over, no tax implications, none of that. And you get a 15% bonus. So that $100,000 immediately is worth $115,000. That starts growing and growing. When the stock market goes up, you make more money that year. When the stock market goes down, you never lose a dime. It ratchets in when it starts going down and you don't lose a nickel. Then when you decide to retire, we had a guy today called Jordan.
Okay.
He had, listen to this. He's got Social Security of about $3,800 a month, and he's 70 years old. He works part-time at, he's one of the people that check the receipt when you leave Costco. So he's got that job where he's making a couple grand. When he's done with that job, and he might want to do that job till he can't.
Absolutely.
I mean, he might do it another 10 years. So when he was talking about an annuity, and he'd get it now for roughly, I think it was $200,000 or $100,000, whatever it was going to be. And he would get that immediate 15%, and then it grows. And then when he does retire and he doesn't have that income from Costco anymore, this would actually take over that income.
You got it.
I mean, basically, he's like buying a job that he doesn't have to go to.
It's making that money work for you. You're able to have that money pay. And
you can't lose principal. That's the part a lot of people, especially seniors, or they're getting ready to retire. You can't lose money. And if they die, what happens if they die before they turn on any of it? Let's say they get $100,000 at 50 years old, and now all of a sudden they're 70 years old. They decide to turn on the income and they die. What happens?
That money will go to their beneficiaries, whether it be the spouse first,
the value of the account,
full value, or it can go to kids. Unlike regular pensions,
one penny. They get the full value. If that $100,000 is now worth $300,000, they get $300,000.
$300,000 paid out. And on top of that, we also hit on the long-term care. You know, for anybody who's looking at this is going to give you that paycheck, just like the gentleman who worked with Costco. Pay out, get income, but then of course life happens. We need health care. We need health benefits. This has long-term care built into it so that they can have somebody at their house or at a facility, and it'll pay 2 times whatever that paycheck is to help cover those costs.
Here's what I love about these guys. You know, numbers are numbers. Math does not lie. Call them up, say I'm 60 years old. I'm 70 years old. And here's what I got right now. I was thinking of getting an annuity. Now, first of all, I'll say this, diversify. I would never put all my money into an annuity, period, end of story. But let's say you need $2,000 a month to live on. Forget about traveling and stuff. Your house is paid off. You got a reverse mortgage. You need about $2,000 a month to live off of. This product is perfect. Perfect. Or if it's $10,000 a month, it doesn't matter because you will be guaranteed that much money till the day you die. But call up and ask the numbers. The one that's always been extraordinary to me is a 20-year-old. Listen to this. 20-year-old. Grandparents, listen to me. A 20-year-old. $10,000. When they retire, I think we use the age 70 or 69, whatever it was, they have $1 million. Can you imagine looking back going, first of all, the grandparents dead, or they're the oldest person in the world. But think about it. You go to retire, now all of a sudden, you're 69, and you find out that your grandmother left you $1 million.
Set up for success. I mean, that's a great way to do it.
Set up for success. I love it. Listen, check these guys out. My Money, MyWay.com. Get signed up for that webinar. It's absolutely free. It's coming up on Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. next week. My Money, MyWay.com, or call them 303-779-6600, 303-779-6600. Everybody, 303 Martino works on and off the air. Help at troubleshooter.com. See you tomorrow.
Perfect. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Mildly exciting.
All right, you guys have a good one. And
Thanks.
good luck in Vegas. Have
Good
fun.
seeing you.
Yeah.
We'll see you next month. And if by chance we don't, I will definitely text you if we end up at that show.
Yeah, that's right.
For real.
Where was it?
It's at Fiddler's. It's at the end of July. I just didn't know if we'd be in town.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Later. See ya.
All right, thank you. Kelly.
Yeah.
I am logged out of all this shit.
And then, Kel, tomorrow, heads up, Tom will be in studio.
Okay.
With 2 guests and 2 deputies, so you'll have a full house tomorrow.
Please set an alarm.
Jeff and Kevin.
It'll be Jeff, Kevin, Doc, and Dee.
Do me a favor, set an alarm at 11:40. As soon as he does those commercials, he needs to go up to the surprise.
Oh, okay.
And
make sure.
Kathy.
But they really want him there right around 10:45. So make
10:40 or
11:45 or 11:50, and then Dimitri can finish up that hour, and then Tom will be back. And Dimitri's already got a heads up. But please remind him they really want Tom in there.
Yep.
And then let us know if there's any fires.
All right, I guess it's me in here till 2 p.m. for ever, almost.
It might be for a while,
Yeah, Dragon may stay in Japan.
Sure, that'll be a problem. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.